A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. It's such a lovely morning that outside on the front lawn, we hear the splashing of birds in the bird bath. While upstairs, we hear the sound of the shower.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I've got a wonderful feeling that everything's going my way.
Rochester, I'm through showering. You can stop singing now.
Okay.
Say, Rochester, I don't know where you're buying soap lately, but that new bar I just used didn't lather at all.
I didn't know you took a new bar of soap. Did you get it out of the service closet?
No, I found it in the kitchen.
In the drawer?
No, in a dish near the drain board.
Well, congratulations, boss.
Why?
You have just showered with a peeled potato.
A peeled... Imagine showering with a peeled potato.
You now have a skin that lamb chops love to touch.
Never mind that. Here, take this towel and dry my back, will you, please?
Yes.
Ah, that feels good.
Boss, you sure have well-developed shoulders.
Oh, thank you, Rochester.
Yes, sir. Did you ever do any fighting?
Oh, yes, a long time ago. As a matter of fact, I won 22 fights. I was known as the Waukegan Wildcat.
Waukegan Wildcat?
Yes.
Why did you quit?
Well, they made us put on gloves, and I couldn't scratch anymore. So I got a manicure and retired. Now, Rochester, while I get dressed, how about fixing me some breakfast?
Yes, sir. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I've got a wonderful... Oh, good morning, Polly.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I've got a wonderful feeling that something is coming my way.
Yeah, feeling all right, you lady day. Good girl, Polly. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, good morning, Miss Livingston. Come right in.
You must be in a good mood. I heard you singing as you were coming to the door.
Oh, I always sing when it's getting close to my payday.
Really? When is your payday?
September 1st.
September 1st, but this is only April. Why do you sing so long before payday?
There ain't much to sing about after.
I know what you mean.
Oh, good morning, Mary.
Hello, Jack. You know, it's so early, I thought you'd still be in bed.
In bed? Are you kidding? I've already taken my shower. Rochester, how about breakfast?
Coming up.
Mary, would you care for something to eat?
No, thanks. I'm not hungry.
You know, Mary, you look kind of cute this morning. You really do. How about a kiss?
Okay. That's funny.
What?
I just said I wasn't hungry, and now I've got a craving for potatoes.
Well, we've got the cleanest ones in town.
What?
Nothing. Rochester, just make my breakfast.
Wait a minute, Jack. What is Rochester talking about?
All right, I'll tell you. This morning when I was taking a shower, I thought I picked up a cake of soap, but it turned out to be a peeled potato. It could happen to anybody.
That could wouldn't happen to Gracie Allen.
Never mind. Rochester, is breakfast ready?
I just put the coffee on. What else would you like?
Well, I'd like a little bacon and one fried EGG.
Yes, sir. A little bacon and one fried EGG.
Jack, what's the idea of the spelling? Why don't you just say you want a little bacon and one fried...
Don't say it, Mary. Don't say it. We always spell it. You know, Polly lays an EGG every day, and she'd go crazy if she ever found out we were eating them.
EGG, EGG.
Isn't that cute?
EGG, EGG, EGG. Hey!
Rochester, no eggs. Fix me some pancakes.
Yes.
Now, who can that be?
Oh, I'll get it. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary. Is Mr. Benny in?
Yes, he's having breakfast.
Well, I'm sure glad he's here because I got plenty to tell him.
Dennis, what's the matter?
14 years this has been going on, and I've had all I can take. I've stood enough, believe me.
Well, Dennis, what is it?
I wouldn't mind if it was only once or twice, but every week the same thing, week in and week out. After all, what does he take me for? I'm fed up, I tell you, fed up.
Well, Dennis, I don't know what's on your mind, but obviously you should talk to Mr. Benny.
Oh, I'll say I'm going to talk to him. I'm going to tell him off.
Well, come on, he's in the breakfast room.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Oh, Mr. Benny. Gee, you're looking well today.
Thanks, kid. What'd you come over for?
Oh, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, and I thought I'd drop in.
Well, I'm glad you did.
Dennis, what are you waiting for? Why don't you tell him off?
What are you trying to do, start something?
Yes, Mary, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter with me?
Yeah.
You've been mistreating Dennis and taking advantage of him for 14 years.
What?
And he's had enough of it. After all, what do you take him for?
Mary, what are you trying to do, make trouble or something?
That's telling her, Mr. Benny.
Now, wait a minute. Look, Dennis, I'm going to straighten this thing out right now. Didn't you come to the door and tell me that you were mad at Mr. Benny?
Uh-huh.
And didn't you tell me that you were fed up with the way he was treating you?
Uh-huh.
And didn't you say you were going to tell him plenty?
Uh-huh.
Then why is it when you walked up to Mr. Benny you were so nice to him?
When I saw his long fingernails, I lost my nerve.
Stop being silly. Now, Dennis, I want to hear the song you're going to do on the program, so go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Dennis. It'll be fine on the program. Say, Rochester, is my toast ready yet?
Not yet, boss. It's in the toaster.
Rochester, what was that?
The toaster flew out the window.
Oh, my goodness. That piece of toast landed on the lawn, and it'll attract ants. I'll be right back. Well, let's see. It flew out through that window, so it should be right on the lawn. I don't see it. Maybe it flew out into the street. Funny, I don't see it around here either. There's the Coleman's garbage can. It hasn't got a lid on it. I wonder if the toast could have gone in there. Gee, I got to find her. We'll be loaded with ants. There's several pieces of toast in here.
Jack.
Huh? Oh, hello, Bob. I was just looking for a piece of toast.
Well, Jack, why didn't you tell me the things were that rough? Why, it worked for nothing.
Bob, you don't understand.
Well, Jack, you can be honest with me. Come on, I'll take you down to market and buy you enough food to last for 2 months.
Bob, I'm trying to tell you that... What'd you say? Huh?
Well, I said that I'd take you down to market and buy you enough food for 2 months.
Jack, come on in. Your breakfast is ready.
You eat it. Bob and I are going shopping.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You mean you have food in the house and yet you were going to let me try to buy some for you?
Bob, I was just going to teach you a lesson for being so silly. Now, come on in the house.
Hello, Mr. Coffee.
Hello, Rochester. Hiya, Mary.
Hello, Bob.
Hiya, Bob. Hiya, Dennis.
Sit down, kids. Mary, pour everybody some coffee.
Okay.
Make mine black.
Black? Dennis, I thought you always took cream. Why do you want a black?
I'm in mourning. My uncle died.
Dennis, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. He committed suicide.
Suicide?
Yeah.
Did he shoot himself?
No.
Did he hang himself?
No.
Well, did he take poison?
No.
Well, for heaven's sake, how did he do it?
He bought a bottle of Stop It and pulped himself to death.
What?
Joke's over. Pass the cream.
You know, Bob, I think it's only fair that I warn you.
Well, warn me about what?
Before Phil Harris met Dennis, he didn't drink a drop. Everything happened after... There's someone at the back door. Rochester, give everybody coffee. I'll answer.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, the man from the bakery shop, huh?
Yeah, I got the stuff that you ordered. Some donuts, some chocolate cake, some pastry, and half a dozen cimarron rolls.
You still can't pronounce it, can you? Look, it isn't cimarron, it's cinnamon. Now, let me ask you something. Maybe this will help you pronounce it. How are these rolls made?
Well, you take some flour, sugar, eggs, and do you want to know all the ingredients?
Now, look, it isn't ingredient. It's ingredient. Yes, I want to know all of them then.
Well, there's flour, sugar, eggs, shortening, and cinnamon.
That's it. Now, look, take your time. Think. Okay. Now, let me hear you say it.
Ingredients.
I don't mean ingredients. I'm trying to get you to say cimarron. I mean cinnamon.
Why don't you order something else? You drive me nuts.
All right, just give me my stuff. Thanks and goodbye.
Bye.
Jack, who is that?
Oh, that silly guy from the bakery. The fellow who insists upon saying cimarron rolls. Well, here you are, kid. You can have some of these with your coffee. They're nice and fresh.
Wait a minute, Jack. He's right.
What do you mean he's right?
Well, look at that label on this paper box. These are genuine Cimarron rolls, named after J.P. Cimarron, founder of the Cimarron Baking Company. These Cimarron rolls should not be confused with ordinary cinnamon rolls, which are made from entirely different ingredients.
Well, Jack, I guess that'll hold you.
Hold me nothing. That silly guy had that label printed himself just because he can't say cinnamon. He must be crazy.
Well, boss, there's one way to find it out.
How?
Ask him if he showered with a peeled potato.
Now, let's cut out all of this nonsense. You kids want the rolls with your coffee or not?
Oh, I'll have some.
So live.
Dennis, how about... Dennis, what are you stirring your coffee with?
My paper-made pen.
Dennis.
Well, don't worry. It's leak-proof. Joke's over. Pass me a spoon.
Stop being silly.
Boy, I don't know how long Phil stood at Jackson, but I'm slipping. Get the ice.
You'll need more than ice before you get through with... There's the front door.
You want me to get it, boss?
No, I'll get it. All I did was shower with a peeled potato. The whole day is mixed up. Yes?
How do you do? My name is Martindale. I represent a law firm that specializes in settling estates and tracing legal heirs.
Legal heirs?
Yes. Does Mr. Jack Benny live here?
Oh, I'm Jack Benny.
Well, then it's very possible that you're the man I'm looking for. May I come in?
Yes. Have a seat, Mr. Martindale.
Mr. Benny, if you're the man we're looking for, an aunt whom you have never seen has left you a legacy of $5,000.
$5,000?
Hey, kids! Kids, come on in here!
What is it, Jack?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, what?
You tell him, Mr. Martindale.
Certainly. We have reason to believe that Mr. Benny's Aunt Matilda, whom he has never met, left him $5,000.
Hey, that's wonderful. Yes. Where's the money? The money. My Aunt Matilda.
I've got the check right here in my briefcase. Oh, but first I'll have to verify a few facts.
Oh, of course. Go ahead, mister. Ask me anything you want. Good old Aunt Matilda. I'm sorry about this interruption, Mr. Martindale.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Benny.
Now, I'll answer any questions, and then you can give me the $5,000 my Aunt Matilda left to me.
Jack.
Huh?
Jack, come here a minute.
What is it, Mary?
Jack, Bob and I have been talking it over. If your Aunt Matilda never saw you, why should she leave you all that money?
Because she was my own flesh and blood.
Jack, if she had any of your blood, she wouldn't leave anything to anybody.
Oh, quiet. Okay, Mr. Martindale, I'll answer those questions now.
Very well. Mr. Benny, were you born in Waukegan, Illinois?
Yes. You see, Mary? You see, it's me.
And at the age of 6, you started to practice a musical instrument.
That's right.
That's right. And that instrument was?
The violin. I still play the violin. I play the violin.
Now,
the fiddle, the violin.
You graduated from Central Elementary School and went to Waukegan High School.
That's right.
Right. At the age of 17, you left Waukegan, became an actor, and went into vaudeville.
I went into vaudeville. I played the violin in the vaudeville.
Yes. Right. Mr. Benny, I'm sure that further questioning is unnecessary. I'm firmly convinced that you're the man we're looking for.
Where's the money? Where's the money?
Just a minute. Here's one question I neglected to check. How old are you?
39.
39. Well, that's strange. Every other answer seemed to fit, but the Jack Benny we're looking for was born in 1894. Now, that would make him 59.
But, Mr. Martindale, it must be me. There was no other Jack Benny born in Waukegan who plays a violin.
I'm sorry, but the Jack Benny we're looking for, who gets this $5,000, was born in 1894 and is 59 years old.
Well, 59?
Yes.
Well, this is a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Martindale, I'm sorry, but I'm not the Jack Benny you're looking for. I am only 39.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. I was hoping my search was over. Oh, good day.
Goodbye, Mr. Martindale. Ya-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee-da-dum.
Jack.
Da-dum, dum-dee-da-dum.
Jack.
Da-da-da-dum.
Jack.
What is it, Mary?
I can't believe what I just heard.
What do you mean you can't believe it?
Jack, all you had to do was to say you were 59 and you would have gotten the money.
Uh-huh.
But by insisting that you were 39, you lost $5,000.
That's right.
I can't understand it. Why?
Mary, I may not be a spendthrift, but I know a bargain when I see one.
Bargain?
Where else can you buy 20 years for $5,000?
The Jack Benny Program. Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Gentlemen, immediately following this radio program, Jack leaves for San Francisco, where he opens at the Kern Theater tomorrow for a 3-week engagement. At the moment, Jack is at home taking care of last-minute details.
Rochester, I told you when you finished packing my bags to bring them down here to the den.
I'm sorry, boss, but I was on the phone all morning making all those phone calls for you.
Oh, yes. Did you call Miss Livingston and tell her I want her to pick me up in an hour?
No, sir.
Why didn't you phone her?
I ran out of dimes.
Rochester, haven't I told you that if you hit the coin box as you dial the last number, sometimes you get the dime back?
I know, but I can't reach the coin box.
You can't reach it? Why not?
The phone is upside down from you hitting it so much.
Look, Rochester.
We've got the only phone in Beverly Hills with a cauliflower ear.
Never mind. Anyway, I told Miss Livingston yesterday that I wanted her to pick me up. She won't forget. Now, are you sure you got my bags all packed for San Francisco?
Huh?
Good. And I want you to carry my violin carefully so nothing happens to it.
You're not taking your violin to San Francisco, are you?
Well, certainly I am. Why shouldn't I?
Look, boss, 47 years ago they had an earthquake. Let's leave them alone.
Rochester, I can see this is going to be one of your witty days. And I don't like... Answer that, please, while I finish packing.
Yes. Mr. Benny's residence.
Hello, Rochester. This is Bob Crosby. Is Mr. Benny there?
Sure, just hold the phone. It's Bob Crosby for you, boss.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Hi, Jack. Yeah, I hate to disturb you, but I've got to ask a little favor.
Certainly. What is it?
Well, this is rather embarrassing, but, well, would you lend me $500?
What'd you call for, Bob?
Jack, I'm not joking. I need $500, and I need it immediately.
Well, look, I'll lend it to you, but let's be businesslike about it.
Well, certainly. I'm willing to sign a note and pay interest and everything.
$500. What have you got to put up as collateral?
Well, my home is paid for. That's worth $50,000.
What else?
I've got nothing else. I've got nothing else.
You said it once. That's all. That's pretty tough. Look, Bob, if you need money, why don't you get it from your brother Bing?
Well, Jack, I just hate to borrow from Bing.
Well, why don't you try to get it from the California Bank?
Well, I told you, I just hate to borrow from Bing.
Oh, that's right. He does own that, doesn't he? Yeah.
And besides, Bing is even worse than you about the collateral that he makes you put up.
Really?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I borrowed some money from him 15 years ago, and I haven't been able to pay it back, and he's still keeping my collateral.
No kidding. What did you... From Bing, what'd you give him for collateral?
Well, Wait a minute. This isn't a party line, is it?
No.
Well, no one can hear us, can they?
No.
And you promise you won't tell anyone about this?
I promise. Now tell me, what did Bing make you put up as collateral?
Well, I guess I can trust you. Gary is really my son.
Stop. Well, Bob, let me think about it for a while. I'll tell you what, call me back later, will you?
Okay, Jack.
What does Mr. Crosby want, boss?
Well, he wanted to borrow $500 from me.
No kidding. Who's going to be auditor to me the next year?
Don't be silly. I never fire anyone just for asking. Of course, if it gets to be a habit, and that's probably Mary. I'll get it.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Come on in.
How do you feel, Mr. Benny?
Fine.
Is the radio show all prepared for next Sunday?
Yeah, it's all written.
Have I got a big part in it?
Yep.
That's too bad. I'm quitting today.
You're quitting?
Uh-huh. I'm going for a tryout with the Dodgers.
Oh, fine. Last year you were going to swim the channel. Now you're going to try out with the Dodgers. In the first place, you don't know anything about baseball.
Oh, yes, I do. Professional baseball runs in my family.
Oh, your father used to play?
No, my mother.
Your mother played baseball?
Sure, and she played for 3 years with the Bloomer girls.
Oh, a girls' team. Well, that's different. What position did she cover?
My mother was in the outfield.
Right field or left field?
Center field, too, when she wasn't wearing a girdle.
Dennis, look. If I confess to you that I'm not 39 and admit that I'm really a tired old man, will you leave me alone? That's not too much to ask. Is it, kid?
No, okay.
Now, the first thing is to forget about trying out with the Dodgers. Let me hear the song you're going to do on Sunday's show.
Okay.
It's a sad thing to realize that you've a heart that never melts. When we kiss, do you close your eyes, pretending that I'm someone else? You must break the spell, this cloud that I'm under. So please won't you tell, darling, where is your heart?
Dennis, that song is really beautiful. You know, not only is it a great tune, but, well, Dennis, I've got to tell you something. You've been with me 14 years now, and as each year passes, your voice becomes better and better. In fact, right now, I'll go as far as to say that today you're the finest tenor in show business.
When are you going to San Francisco? When are you going to San Francisco?
I know. For heaven's sake, kid, what's wrong with you? Here I pay you the greatest compliment you've ever gotten, and you change the subject.
Well, my mother told me to ignore compliments.
Why?
She doesn't want me to be a big ham.
Oh.
Like you.
Dennis, if there's one thing that makes me mad, one thing, it's anyone calling me a ham. If anything, I'm too modest. Excuse me. Really nothing hammy about me.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hi, Mary.
Jack, your sign fell down, and I put it back up.
Oh, the no parking sign?
No, the one that says, Home of Jack Benny, world's greatest comedian.
Oh, yes, I put it up after the Academy Award. Come on in, Mary.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary.
Jack, don't you want me to drive you to the studio? I thought you were in a hurry.
Oh, I've got time. Besides, my agent is sending over a couple of acts for me to audition for my personal appearance in San Francisco.
Well, I thought your stage show was all set.
It is, but we still need a short novelty for the opening.
But, Jack, I thought that act was all set. You told me you were going to hire Bosco, the famous talking dog.
I was, Mary, but I changed my mind after the audition.
Why, couldn't Bosco talk?
Oh, he talked all right. He had an amazing vocabulary, but he couldn't read the script. Anyway, I'm glad I didn't take Bosco. What a fresh dog. I don't want anyone working for me who calls me Baldy. I wouldn't stand for... Rochester! Oh, I'll answer it myself. Yes?
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Huh?
I'm Sherwood.
Oh, yes, Mr. Coleman's butler. Come in, Sherwood.
This is not a social call.
Oh. Well, what is it?
Mrs. Coleman would like 10 pounds of sugar, 3 dozen eggs, 6 quarts of milk, 20 pounds of flour, and a pint of whipping cream.
Gosh, what in the world is she baking?
Nothing. She's just trying to get even.
Well, don't worry. I'll bring everything back.
Good. And if possible, bring it tomorrow?
Well, I'm sorry. I can't bring it tomorrow. I'm going to San Francisco tonight for a personal appearance.
Well, for how long?
I'll be gone for 3 weeks.
Would you mind writing that on a piece of paper, rolling it up, and tying it with a ribbon?
Why?
This is Mr. Coleman's birthday. I want to give it to him for a present.
Gosh, I didn't know it was Ronnie's birthday. I'll go back with you and congratulate him.
Oh, no. Please, don't come back there with me.
Why not? Ronnie will be glad to see me. Come on, let's go.
No, please. Anyway, Mr. Coleman isn't home. He went to the movies with Mrs. Coleman. They went to see Ivanhoe.
Oh, yes, Ivanhoe. That's the story about a good night.
Good night.
Coming! Oh, hello, Don.
Hi, Jack. Come on in, Herman.
Herman?
Yeah. Remember you told me you needed an opening act for your stage show in San Francisco?
Yes.
I think Herman's your man. It's a great novelty act. Does a wonderful imitation of an electric organ.
Look, Don.
Go ahead, Herman. Show him.
Don't let the dark in your eyes. Don't let the moon break your heart. Oh, close your eyes.
Herman, look. We're going to use you earlier. Herman, that was very good.
Gee, thanks.
But I'm afraid it just won't fit into my show.
Well, Jack, if you can't use him on your personal appearance, maybe you can use him on one of your radio programs.
On my radio program?
Yeah, I have a special arrangement for him, and I'd like you to hear it. It'll be swell.
Okay, let me hear it.
Oh, doggone it. I left my music out in the car. I'll get it. Only take a couple of seconds.
Say, Don Wilson, Herman, Don Wilson seems to think quite a bit of you. Huh?
Oh, yeah, we get along fine for neighbors.
Neighbors?
Yeah, I live in the next house to him.
Look, Herman, I haven't got time to audition you now for my program. We'll talk about it when I get back from San Francisco. Bring them over then, will you, Don?
Okay. So long, Jack.
So long, Don. Goodbye, Herman.
Bye.
Oh, that was Don Wilson. He had an act for me to audition.
Gosh, you're certainly going to a lot of trouble for this personal appearance in San Francisco.
Mary, it's not only San Francisco. I've gotten offers from all over the country.
I had an offer to appear in Las Vegas for a lot of money.
Oh, you think they offered you a lot of money in Las Vegas, eh? Rochester, tell them about the offer I got from the Flamingo Hotel.
50 cents a bundle, rough drive.
I didn't mean that. I meant that... Oh, for heaven's sake, there's the phone again. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Bob Crosby again.
Oh, yes, Bob.
Say, have you thought over lending me the $500?
Well, tell me, Bob, what do you need the money for?
The usual thing. I've got to bail Remley out.
You have to bail Remley out?
Again.
Quiet, Rochester. What was he pulled in for this time?
Well, he was crossing Sunset Boulevard when the cop arrested him.
What was the charge?
Jay-crawling.
Something new, isn't it? Jay-crawling? Couldn't Remley convince the cops he was sober?
Oh, he tried to. They gave him all kinds of sobriety tests. Finally, to prove he was sober, Frankie decided to walk a straight line, and that's when they arrested him.
Why?
It was up the side of a building.
I really ought to let him stay in and teach him a good lesson, but I need him for my show in San Francisco. All right, Bob, I'll lend you the money. But I wish you'd please tell Remley and the rest of the musicians...
Jack, I have to cut it short. I'm phoning from a pay booth in Hollywood.
A pay booth?
Jack, you could only get your dime back, not his.
Oh, yes. So long, Bob.
So long.
Who is that, Mr. Benny?
Bob Crosby.
What do you want?
Well, Dennis, this is a personal call. It doesn't concern you or any member of my cast.
Oh, I'm not a member of your cast. I'm with the Dodgers.
What?
You heard me.
Cut that out. And, Dennis, I don't want to hear any more about you joining... Oh, for heaven's sake, there's the door again.
I'll get it, boss.
No, I better go. It's probably for me. Excuse me, kid. Yes?
Are you Jack Benny?
Yes.
Your agent sent me over to audition for your show in San Francisco. I'm a singer.
Oh. Well, come in, Miss...
Charmaine Francois.
Charmaine Francois? Oh, then you must have been born in France.
No, Pismo Beach.
Oh, then your parents were French.
No, my mother's Spanish and my father's Norwegian.
And how come they gave you a French name?
When I was born, my head was shaped like the Eiffel Tower.
Oh. Well, duck down a little and come in. Look, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go into my study, and I'll give you an audition.
Okay, but no funny business.
Look, miss, that's where the piano is. Come in. Here we are. Now, what about your accompanist?
I always accompany myself.
Oh, you do? Huh? Well, all right. Go ahead. Let me hear the audition.
If you see my darling with somebody new, keep it a secret, whatever you do.
Miss Francois.
Why should you tell me and break my poor heart? That foolish pride was just drive us apart.
Look, Miss Francois. Eiffel Tower. Miss Francois.
With some girl came
Ava Gardner.
no attention.
Look, Miss America.
Only keep it a secret from me.
I'm sorry, miss. That's not exactly what I had in mind for my opening act. Anyway, I already have a girl singer.
What has she got that I haven't got?
A nice round head. Now, Miss Francois, come on, I'll see you to the door. Goodbye, miss. It was nice meeting you.
Likewise, I'm sure. Get away from me! Get away from me!
Leave her alone, Bosco. I didn't give her the job.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me, miss.
Stupid dog!
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Sam Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. This week, Bing Crosby is holding his annual National Pro Amateur Golf Tournament at Pebble Beach, California. Phil has been invited and looks on it as a great chance to get away with the boys. But the best-laid plans of mice and husbands often go astray. More about that later. But first, a word from RCA Victor. Clearer, brighter, steadier. Those are words that describe the great television reception you get with RCA Victor Supersets. A superset like the Preston, for example. And, of course, the quality of reception you get in your home is the most important thing to consider when buying any television set. That's the reason you'll be sold on the Preston the moment you see the clearer, brighter, steadier pictures on this 17-inch set. The Preston gives you television with picture power, which means you get the best reception possible, even in difficult television areas, city or country. And more than that, this table model is a beauty, with a matching consolette base available at modest extra cost. And when you buy the Preston, ask about a factory service contract. For when you buy RCA Victor television with RCA factory service, you get television's greatest combination. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Late tonight, Phil is leaving for Pebble Beach to defend the title he won last year in the Bing Crosby National Pro Amateur Golf Tournament. Frankie is going with him, and right now they're discussing the good time they expect to have.
Hey, Curly, I can't wait to get to Pebble Beach. Oh, what a time we'll have. Yeah, we'll... You sure Alice isn't going along?
No. Poor kid, she can't make it. What a pity.
It's a crying shame. Oh, well, if she can't go, we'll just have to make the best of it.
That's the only way we can make the best of it. Hey, Remley, listen to me. Man, are you going to love this trip. You see, we're staying at the Del Monte Lodge, and you're going to see some very important people. I'm talking about guys like Bing Crosby, Dutch Harrison, Bob Hope, Governor Warren, and Sam Manischewitz, and Byron...
Who's Sam Manischewitz?
He's the most important one. He's the wine steward.
Oh, of course. Old Sauterne Sammy.
Yeah.
Hey, Curly, we're really going to have a brawl.
Wait a minute. Now, don't get carried away with yourself, Remley. You see, I'm going up to play golf.
What's the matter, Curly? Alice just sneak into the room?
No, she's not here.
Then what's with this golf routine?
It ain't no routine. I'm the defending champ, and I'm going to try to win again. Of course, I'll just be playing during the day. But at night, we can... We'll have a few late poker games, and then we might sneak off to a speakeasy or two.
A speakeasy? Curly, when was the last time Alice let you out? They call them nightclubs now.
Oh, all right, then we'll go to a nightclub then. Hey, Remley, I hear they have some jazzy ones in Carmel.
Yeah.
They tell me that there's one place there that they got a great floor show. They say they got a line of them beautiful chorus gals, and they got 12 redheads who come in scanty costumes. And then, as the flamingos wing their way over the coral they're silhouetted against the azure sky. Francis, you're just going to love the Monterey Peninsula.
I'm sure I will. You know how I adore scenic splendor.
All right, fellas, you can break it up now. What are you talking about?
Oh, the flamingos at Carmel.
What flamingos?
The ones in the scanty costume. They do 2 shows a night.
Remley.
And there's 12 of them, and they're all redheads.
Remley. Pay no attention to Frankie. Honey, you know that I'm just going up there to play golf, don't you?
Of course I do. I never worry about you when you're away from me. I trust you implicitly. And I hope when you get to Pebble Beach, the three of you have a good time.
Well, thank you, dear. What three? The only ones that are going are me and Frankie.
And my brother Willie. Oh, bless that little bloodhound.
Alice, you can't do that to me. I ain't going to let you sick that brother of yours on me. I'd rather have you come along.
Yeah, Alice, Willie's even more of a wet blanket than you are.
That's why I'm sending him along. You'll need a wet blanket to dampen any fires that might get started within your raging little breast.
Alice, I ain't taking them.
Then you ain't going.
I'd rather stay home. That guy's such a square.
Oh, he is not. Willie is a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah? He's as much fun as a gallstone operation.
What's with you anyway? He came over a few minutes ago and brought his bags with him.
Oh,
Phil,
Alice.
Phil, you just don't understand Willie. He's one of the boys, and you can have a good time with him. He's a real he-man.
Oh, Sass.
Yes, Willie?
Have you seen my butterfly net?
That does it. Willie, if you're going with us, you ain't taking no butterfly net.
I am, too.
You are not.
Let him take it, Curly. Maybe we can use it to catch one of them flamingos.
Philip, if we're going away together, let's not start off by quibbling. If we maintain a spirit of camaraderie, well, we can have oodles of sport and gobs of fun.
Oh, well, in that case, let's get going. Higgledy-piggledy.
Well, I'm going to enjoy this trip with the Bobbsey twins.
Well, I don't care.
Now, Phil, there's no reason why the three of you can't have a good time together.
What kind of a good time? Guy's taking a butterfly net with him.
I'm only going to use the butterfly net during the day while you're playing golf. But at night, we'll really live.
Yeah? What are we going to do?
We'll mount the butterflies I catch during the day. Do you know how to mount a butterfly?
Well, I usually ride them side saddle. Look, Willie. They have a few nice bars in Carmel. We might go over one night and have a few snorts.
Now, Philip, you know very well I don't imbibe. And on this trip, I don't want you to either. I want you to win the tournament like you did last year. Oh, Mother was really proud that you were her son-in-law.
She was?
Yes. She said, I'm glad to see the big dope is good for something.
I don't think that was very nice for your old lady to say that about me. I mean, especially since I was good enough to take her daughter off her hands without a dowry.
I paid your family a dowry.
Curly, your family demanded a dowry?
Tribal custom. How much did you have to give Dad to get me, Alice?
$24, a string of beads, and 2 bottles of rum. Gee, and to think I could have gotten Manhattan Island and Grover Whalen for the same price.
Curly, I don't want to stand here and listen to any family arguments. When are we going to get started for Pebble Beach?
Your train doesn't leave until tonight. And now remember, Phil, when you get there, I don't want you and Frankie to get into any trouble.
No, they won't get into any trouble, sis. I'll be there to see they toe the mark. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few more things to pack. Wonder if I should take my bird call manual. There are flamingos up there. I might be able to entice one.
There's one of the neatest embalming jobs I've ever seen. Alice, we're not going to take him.
Oh, yes, you are.
But, honey, I don't...
Don't argue. He's going, and that's all there is to it.
Why don't you belt her one, Curly?
Frank. Alice, I don't want to argue with you.
See, then let's not argue. We shouldn't part angry with each other. Why don't you do what we always do when we have an argument, Phil? Why don't you sing our song?
I don't want to.
Well, why not?
I'm not in the mood to sing Columbia, the gem of the ocean. I don't feel like singing at all.
Well, I do. Down yonder, someone beckons to me. Down yonder, someone reckons on me. I seem to see a race in memory between the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee. Swanee Shore, I miss you more and more every day, my sunny land. You're simply grand. Down yonder, when the folks get the news, don't wonder at the hullabaloo. There's Daddy and Mammy, there's Ephraim and Sammy, waiting down yonder for me.
Mammy bakes, we taste them now. There's lots of kissing and how. Down yonder, someone beckons to me. Down yonder, someone reckons on me.
I seem to see a race in memory between the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee.
Swanee Shore, I miss you more and more every day, my sunny land. You're simply grand. Down yonder, when the folks get the news, don't wonder at the hullabaloo.
There's Daddy and Mammy, there's Johnny and Granny, there's Liza and Willie, there's Sally and Millie, waiting down yonder for, waiting down yonder for, waiting down yonder for me. There, I know that you feel better, dear. Now let's kiss and make up, darling.
I don't want to.
I'm not talking to you. Phil, you're not mad at me, are you?
No, I'm not mad at you. I just don't want to take your brother.
Oh, you're just saying that. I know you like having Willie around. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have something to do. I have to go and watch Kukla, Fran, and Ollie. See you later.
Curly, I thought you only had 2 kids. Where'd Ollie come from?
Will you? That's a television show.
Oh.
Television. It's a great program, too. Especially if you watch it on an RCA Victor set. You ought to see those clear, brighter, steadier pictures.
Is the picture really clear?
Clear? Remley, you won't believe this, but we got an RCA super set on our front porch and we get fan mail from Catalina.
You're right, I don't believe it.
Curly, Pebble Beach? Oh, yeah. Now, look, Remley. If we're going to have a good time at Pebble Beach, we got to figure some way to keep Willie from going with us.
It shouldn't be hard for us to figure out. If something happened to him, he couldn't go.
Exactly. But it's got to be something simple and harmless.
No, naturally. Curly?
What?
Alice wouldn't expect us to take him along if he was dead, would she?
She might. Once she makes up her mind, she can't change it. Remley, we can't kill him.
Why not?
We could get caught and be arrested.
Oh, yeah. No, we don't want to get arrested. Curly, you're an unconscious genius.
What do you mean?
Let's frame Willie and get him arrested.
Yeah. Like the picture. Got any good frames for it?
Have a few I haven't used yet. How about the drunken driving rap?
Ooh, that's a peachy one. How long would he get for that?
About 30 days. How's that sound?
Nice enough, but not long enough. Couldn't we add a few touches that would stretch a little?
Oh, yeah. We can also frame a phony accident.
Yeah. How's that one work?
We hire somebody to pretend Willie ran him down and broke a leg.
I suppose you know a guy with a broken leg.
No. But I know a double-jointed old lady with a trick knee. For $10, her knee will buckle on cue.
Remley.
For $20, she'll give you a broken collarbone
Yeah,
job.
look, Remley.
And for $50, she has a brain concussion special that the Mayo brothers can't tell from the real thing.
Talented old wreck, ain't she? Look, Remley, will you please stop? I ain't going to hire no old lady to stage a phony accident. Sounds sort of disrespectful. We'll get somebody else and then we... Uh-oh. The gag ain't no good. Well, Willie don't drink, so how can we get him arrested?
You don't have to drink. The whole thing is a frame. I'll explain.
We ask Willie to take us for a drive. Then our hired stooge jumps in front of the car and makes believe he's hit. Then in the excitement, Willie passes out. We pour a bottle of whiskey over his head.
We got to waste the whole bottle?
Use cheap stuff.
Oh.
All we got to do now is get a fake victim.
Like who?
Like you.
Go away from me. Your idea. Why don't you do it?
It's been nice knowing you, Curly. See you around sometime.
Well, you said yourself ain't nobody going to get hurt. I'll show you how to do it. You see this T-wagon?
Yeah.
All right. Now, let's make believe that this T-wagon is Willie's car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now then, he drives past you.
Yeah.
You make believe that you're hit, and you fall down on your hands and knees. Go ahead, get out.
All right. How's this?
No, that don't look real. Stay where you are, I'll show you. You see, you get down on your hands and knees this way, and then you...
Anybody home and bring the groceries? Well, if it ain't the AA track team.
Get up, Brimley. I found a better victim.
You mean Julian?
Yeah. He looks like he's already been hit by an automobile.
To me, he looks more like he's been caught between two trolley cars.
Well, I couldn't help it.
Fellas, I don't want to be inquisitive, but what are you doing down on the floor?
Nothing. We're just lying here under this tea table.
How do you like that? Even when they drink tea, they end up under the table. Must be force of habit.
Never mind. Hey, kid. Hey, listen to me, kid. How'd you like to make $10?
What do I have to do?
All you got to do is lie down, let us run over you with a car.
Oh, the woodpeckers have been at him again. You guys expect me to risk my life for $10?
I see your point, kid. I'll make it $11.
I wouldn't do it for $11.50. I realize this is none of my business, but why do you want to run me over?
So Frankie and me can go up to Pebble Beach and play golf?
That sounds like a good cause to die for.
Julius, nobody's going to die. This is just going to be a phony accident. We're framing Willie to get him arrested.
You guys lie awake nights thinking of this stuff? How is a phony accident going to get Willie arrested?
All right, listen and I'll explain. Now, Mr. Remley and me will get Willie to drive us out to a lonely spot. You'll be waiting there behind a tree. When the car goes by, you yell, throw yourself on the ground, and make believe you're hit. Then I'll pour a bottle of whiskey over Willie's head, call the cops, and when they get there, what do they find?
Mr. Remley licking Willie's face. Look, I don't want no part of this, so goodbye.
So that's why you want to stage this thing, Remley. What a sneaky way to get a drink. You know, I've been thinking, you can't mess around with car accidents. Somebody's liable to get hurt. There must be a more subtle way to get Willie in the clink.
But I can't think of anything. Curly, I got it. I know just the guy who can help you. You know this guy, too. He has the lowest, most conniving mind of any human being. Do you know whom I'm referring to?
Yeah. But you just said you couldn't think of anything.
Oh, no. Now, this guy's even lower than I am. I'll give you a hint. His name is Rodney J. Grogan.
Old Grogan. That's our boy. Uh-huh. Come on, Remley. Let's go see.
Right.
Remley, what's the matter with you? Are you nuts? How do you expect to find Grogan around here? This block has nothing but exclusive shops.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Grogan is now in a legitimate business.
Huh?
Oh, here's his place. Yeah, look at his sign.
Yeah. R.J. Grogan, Furrier.
Hmm?
Ladies, why freeze? During the cold weather, wear one of our hot furs. Oh, sounds nice and legitimate.
Oh, yeah. Come on, let's go on in.
Hey, get a load of this joint. Pretty swanky, huh?
Yeah, it is. Grogan carries nothing but expensive merchandise.
You said that right. Hey, look at this beautiful fur cape. I love to stroke this soft...
Don't finger the mink, Fink.
I'm sorry, Grogan.
Oh, it's you, Harris. You like that cape, huh?
Yeah. Hey, is that good fur?
Is that good, he asks. This is a genuine blue mink.
Well, then why can't I stroke it?
The ink will come off on your fingers.
You dye them with ink?
Well, I used to use blueberry jam, but that was too messy. Customers got stuck to the coats.
Grogan, I'm disappointed in you. I told Curly you handled good merchandise.
I do.
Yeah.
All the expensive coats down in that rack over there.
Hey, yeah, there they are over there. Oh, man, are they beauties. Woo-hoo. Where do you get these coats?
Around town. Do my biggest business with the movie colony.
Well, no wonder. The biggest movie stars would be proud to own coats like these.
They certainly were. Hey, my pride and joy is this full-length wild mink right here. Now, ain't that luscious looking? Huh?
Oh, Grogan, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Isn't that a lovely... Hey, Remy, you know something? This looks like Alice's coat.
That's possible. Your house was on my November schedule.
All right. Grogan, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, handling stolen goods. That's against the law, and you're nothing but a criminal.
All right, never mind the lecture. What'd you come over here to see me about?
I want you to kidnap my brother-in-law.
Sorry, Harris, I don't handle hot relatives.
No, it's not a real abduction. It's just a gag.
Yeah, see, all we want you to do is to grab Willie and then hide him out, Grog, for a few days and until we tell you to let him go.
Oh, I see. Well, all right. If it's just a gag, okay. But how about this Willie character? Think he'll put up a fight?
Willie? He couldn't fight his way out of a bubble bath. You ain't got no trouble with him. Now, here's what we want you to do, Grog. You go over to the house right now and grab Willie. Then we'll come home in about an hour, but too late to do anything about it.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Grogan, we certainly appreciate you doing this for us, don't we, Remley? You bet. Hey, we'll see you when we get back from Pebble Beach. Thanks, Grog.
Yeah, all right. Well, better get over to Harris' house and make the snatch. Hey, just remember, can't make that snatch right now. My mother's having the ladies' auxiliary over the house for a bridge game. And I promised to mark the cards for her. Well, I can grab Willie a little later.
Oh, Wallace, I'm so disappointed. I was all set to go to Pebble Beach, and now my boss calls me and tells me I have to work.
Oh, what a shame, Willie.
I hate to disappoint Philip and Francis. I know they've been looking forward to my going with them.
Yes, I know. They'll be broken-hearted about this, but I'll get it.
Hi, Alice.
Hi.
What's new?
Yeah, anybody missing? I mean, did you miss us?
Oh, Phil, I have terrible news about Willie.
Oh, what a shame. What time was he kidnapped?
Don't cry, Alice. We all have to be abducted sometime.
What are you talking about? I'm trying to tell you.
Hello, fellows. Did Alice tell you the bad news?
Yeah, but don't worry about it, Willie. We'll get you back. I'll notify the police as soon as I get back from Pebble Beach, and then... Wait a minute. Are you still here?
Well, of course I am.
Well, you're not supposed to be.
Now, what's all this talk about kidnapping?
Well, haven't you heard there's a kidnapper loose in the neighborhood? He's grabbing people right and left, and it's only a question of time before he gets to our house, and then...
nobody move. I got you covered.
See what I mean? A little late, but he made it.
Mr. Grogan, it's nice having you. Now, put that silly gun away and sit down. I'll make you a cup of tea.
Well, thanks. I'll take lemon in mine and... No! No, this ain't a social call. I'm here on business. I'm kidnapping your brother. Come on, Willie, you are coming with me.
Let go of me, you bully.
Get your hands off my baby brother. Phil, he's kidnapping Willie. Stop him.
Oh, I'd just love to stop him, honey, but he has a pistol.
I'll get the gun away from him. Give me that gun.
I don't want it.
And I'll make you let go of it. Take that. And that.
Hey, lady, stop butting me in the stomach with your head.
You're not a gentleman. Take that.
Lady, please, I got ulcers. Harris, call this blonde goat off of me.
Sorry, Grogan. I can't help you.
When you hired me to snatch Willie, you didn't tell me his sister was a battering ram.
Oh, so you two hired Grogan, just as I thought.
Honey, now, we didn't want Willie to go. It was just a gag.
Well, he can't go anywhere.
I know, but he can't.
Hey, Remley, we're on the loose. No, you're not. I'm going with you. Any objections, fellas?
Yeah. We're not taking any women along, and you do. Now you did it, Alice. You loosened my little liver.
You want me to come, don't you, Wonga?
Well, I don't think that you ought to come. Now, Alice, it ain't going to do you any good to lower your head at me, remember.
I'll show you. Take that. Oh! Oh, my head.
I warned you, Alice.
Curly, I don't get this. Alice butts you in the stomach and she gets hurt. How come?
I've been through this before. So for the last 6 months, I've been wearing a Ford hubcap under my...
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. They were made for each other. RCA Victor's 45 instruments and RCA Victor's handy 7-inch records were the first ever designed for each other. It's a completely new system of recorded music, the result of not just months, but years of scientific tests. That's why the 45 system sounds better, plays easier, and costs less than any other system of recorded music. You can choose any one of several RCA Victor 45 instruments. They range from the low-cost automatic record changer attachment to luxurious 45 console models. You'll find complete phonographs, like the Victrola 45 table phonograph, for example, or the Victrola 45 personal phonograph. In any event, you'll find the one you want, the automatic 45 record player of your choice to fit your budget. And whichever one you choose, you'll enjoy the world's finest system of recorded music. Brought to you by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations.
This is Phil. We're a little late, so thanks and good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio and first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air stars The Lunts on NBC.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in 7 Keys to Baldpate.
Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the dauntless Jack Benny and the laconic Mary Livingston lead us into paths of peril and adventure. Laughs, chills, crooks, treasure, a damsel in distress, a mad hermit. This is only part of what Jack Benny encounters tonight in that grand comedy mystery by George M. Cohan, 7 Keys to Baldpate, adapted from the novel by Earl Durr Biggers. You'll hear also, as special guest, the world-renowned violinist Ephraim Zimbalist. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. Tonight's play is brought to you by the makers of Lux Flakes. Before I introduce our producer, let me remind you that it's thrifty to buy several big boxes of Lux Flakes at a time, so you'll always have it handy in bathroom and kitchen. Every box of Lux Flakes means longer life for your washable nice things, kind care for your hands. You're thrifty every time you use these gentler, finer flakes. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Before we raise our curtain, we wish to advise our listeners that if any important news bulletins on the European situation are received at the Columbia Broadcasting System headquarters, they'll be given you at the intermission during our program. Now to our play and personalities. When George M. Cohan adapted 7 Keys to Baldpate for the stage, he had no intention of starring in it. But just before the opening, he and the leading man met with an accident. The leading man was too seriously injured to go on, so Mr. Cohan, broken collarbone and all, stepped into the breach. When I related these facts to Mary Livingston, she threw back her head bravely and declared that if Mr. Cohan could carry on with such a handicap, she could carry on with Jack Benny. Mr. Benny is not, however, without some talent. He often entertains the guests at his home with his debonair violin playing and witty sayings. He's quite a familiar figure on the streets of Beverly Hills, whizzing past the admiring spectators in his flashy Maxwell town car. And I almost forgot. Mary always brings Jack to her radio program. And when she goes back on the air next Sunday, she'll once again try and have a place for him. For tonight, we've made a special treatment of 7 Keys to Baldpate, which finds Mr. Benny tackling one of the most difficult roles in his career, the role of Jack Benny. And Miss Livingston comes to you in her own interpretation of Mary Livingston. There's another character in our adaptation called Cecil B. DeMille. 1,400 actors in Hollywood have refused my generous bribes to play the part. So there's nothing left for me to do but to play myself. This being the case, my customary duties for the evening will be assumed in part by the highly capable Melville Ruick. And now we light the stage. It's curtain time and start time as the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in 7 Keys to Baldpate with Cecil B. DeMille. Mr. Ruick, will you set our scene?
On the lot at Paramount Studios in Hollywood, a building stands apart from the rest. On its door, the legend, Cecil B. DeMille Productions, Incorporated. The door has just opened, and C.B. himself strides quickly across the reception room toward his private office. A small army of assistants and secretaries hinder his progress with innumerable requests.
Good morning, Mr. DeMille.
Good morning.
Good morning,
sir. Morning,
Well,
darling.
Mr. DeMille, I had that set
See
made
me
up
later,
now.
will you, Joe?
Hello, C.B. Here's that script you asked
Thanks,
for.
I'll read it tonight.
Mr. DeMille, would you see Mr.
I
Nelson?
can't see anyone this morning. Ask him to come
Mr.
back.
DeMille, this
Not
man
now,
out here-
Harry. Sorry. Or Bill, come into my office, will you?
Okay, C.B. Well, Mr. DeMille, about
All
that
right,
set.
all right.
Boy,
I'll
I
take
want
care
you
of
to see it's
everything.
very
See me
important,
later.
really.
Sit down, Bill. Morning, Miss Cole.
Good morning, Mr. DeMille.
Anything happen?
Nothing much. Mr. Henry called about that script. Frank Donnelly has a new star for you, and, oh, yes, Mr. Benny called again.
Who?
Mr. Benny. Jack Benny.
What did he want?
The usual thing.
What did you tell him?
The usual thing. I said you were out to lunch.
I'm beginning to feel a little guilty about Jack.
What's it all about, C.B.?
Well, I was a little tired one night, and I half promised I'd make a picture with him.
No.
Yes. And he calls me up every once in a while to remind me of it.
Well, he isn't serious, is he?
And that's just the trouble. He gave me a long talk about how his soul is starved in comedy. He wants to branch out into drama, heavy acting parts.
Well, he must be crazy. What'd you tell him?
Well, I couldn't tell him the truth. It would have broken his heart, not to mention Paramount. So I just keep telling him I'm still looking for the right story, but it's becoming very embarrassing.
He seemed pretty discouraged this morning, Mr. DeMille. I really think you ought to call him. He said you could reach him at Mary Livingston's house.
Well, I'm not looking for trouble, but if he calls again, I suppose I'll have to speak to him.
Sasha.
Yes, Mary.
Jack, why don't you give that cigar box a rest? You've been scratching on it for the last 2 hours.
In the first place, it's not a cigar box. In the second place, I wasn't scratching. That was music, whether you like it or not.
Thanks for the choice.
Oh, well. If that's the way you feel, I'll put it away.
Oh, Jack, I didn't mean it like that. Gee, you certainly are getting cranky lately. Come over here to say hello, and every time I open my mouth, you get sore. What's the matter with you anyway?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'm in one of those moods again. I'm sorry, Mary. Gosh, why doesn't DeMille call?
Oh, so that's it. I knew there was a reason for that long jaw you're wearing.
I'm not wearing a long jaw.
You are, too.
Well, I saw it in Esquire. See, I've called DeMille about 20 times. I'll bet that secretary never gave him the message.
Jack, I hate to be a wet rag, but did you ever think that maybe Mr. DeMille doesn't want to speak to you?
Oh, don't be silly. What makes you say that?
Well, he certainly goes out to lunch at funny hours.
Well, that doesn't prove anything. He told me himself he wanted to make a picture with me, and he wasn't lying.
Yeah, I'll bet he looked you right square in the chest when he said it.
Oh, no, he didn't. Listen, Mary, Mr. DeMille knows how I feel about comedies. We're going to make a serious picture, something that'll give me a real chance. See, the only thing that's holding it up is the story, and we'll have one if I have to sit down and write it myself. I'll write something I can sink my teeth into. With my ideas, all I need is paper and pencil.
And teeth.
See, you don't give me credit for anything, do you?
Oh, Jack, why don't you come down to earth? You're a comedian. You made your name in comedy, and you ought to stick to it. This other stuff isn't for you.
What do you mean it isn't? I'm an actor, ain't I? Aren't I? First, lost, and always, I'm an actor. And here I am laying around wasting my talents because nobody will give me a chance. DeMille makes the Plainsman, and he uses Gary Cooper. Then he turns around and makes the Buccaneer and uses Frederick March. What they want with me at Paramount, I don't know.
If I were you, I wouldn't even ask.
That's so.
And I certainly wouldn't keep pestering Mr. DeMille all the time.
I'm not pestering him. He's just as anxious to do this as I am. I'll give him a ring right now. Hello? Give me Hollywood 06746, please. It's probably out, but I'll take a chance. Hello? Mr. DeMille's office? Well, this is Jack Benny speaking. Is Mr. DeMille back from lunch yet? Oh, he is? Well, can I speak to him? Thank you. There you are, Mary. Yeah, I told you he was just as anxious. Hello? Well, how are you, Mr. DeMille? This is Jack Benny. Oh, I'm pretty good. Say, listen, I just called... Mary? Oh, she's fine. She's fine. Say, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about that story. What's that? Why, no. No, I haven't got a cold. Well, maybe just a little cold. Look, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about that story. Huh? Oh, hot lemonade, huh? Yes, I'll do that. Say, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about... Quinine? Well, I don't think it's that bad. Oh, is that so? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No sneezing. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Ask him what's good for falling hair.
Quiet. Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Mr. DeMille, but look, what I called you up about was... Oh, it did, eh? Fixed you right up, huh? Well, thanks very much, Mr. DeMille. Yeah, goodbye. No, wait, what I wanted... Hello? Hello? Can you imagine that? We were cut off.
Good morning, Cecil B. DeMille Productions. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in conference. Mr. DeMille is in conference. Call later, please.
I'm still not satisfied. Before I start casting a picture, I want to know that the story is right. And this story certainly isn't.
Well, it's a perfect part for Gary Cooper, Mr. DeMille.
And the character's all right, yes, but he doesn't do anything. What is it, Miss Cole?
I hate to disturb you, but Jack Benny is here.
Jack Benny? Didn't you tell him I was in a story conference?
Yes, sir, but it didn't do much good. He thinks it's about a story for him.
I was afraid of that. Well, send him in.
Yes, sir. Come in, Mr. Benny.
Oh, thanks. But hello, C.B., how are you?
No, I'll pull through. Sit down, Jack.
Thanks. You know Mary, don't you?
Of course I do. Glad to see you, Mary.
I just want you to know, Mr. DeMille, that I'm not here of my own free will. He dragged me.
Oh, stop it, Mary. You know, C.B., Mary thinks I'm making a pest out of myself. You better tell her.
I don't think that's necessary.
Oh. Well, how's it going, C.B.? Miss Cole told me you were having a story conference. That sounds like pretty good news.
It might be if we had a story to confer about. Nothing doing yet, Jack.
Oh. Oh, I see. Well, that's too bad.
You know, Jack, I've been thinking. Here you and I have been stalling around, wasting all your time, and we're not getting any place. Maybe you ought to try some other producer.
What? You mean walk out on you? I'm not built that way, Mr. DeMille. I'm not a quitter. I'm the kind of an actor who sticks.
What?
I said sticks. Now, look, Mr. DeMille, I don't care what happens. I'm with you right to the end.
Well, that's very kind of you, Jack.
Yeah, I'm not going to let a little thing like a story lick us. Not if I have to write one myself.
Just like that, huh?
Well, sure, I can do it all right. After all, I've had some experience, you know.
Well, it'll take you quite a while. Say, maybe it's not such a bad idea at that.
Well, of course it isn't.
No. Now you run along and write that story, Jack, and I'll give you plenty of time to do it.
Okay.
Well, I'm going out to lunch. I'll see you in a couple of months.
What are you going to eat, a whale?
Mary. Now, look, CB. Now, look at here. I don't need a couple of months to write a story. When I get started on it, I'll probably knock it out in a couple of days. One day, if I'm in the mood. Well, what's the matter? You don't believe I can do it, huh?
A complete scenario in 24 hours? I don't believe anyone could do it.
Oh, you don't? All right, Mr. DeMille, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a story tonight. If I finish it in 24 hours, will you produce it?
Well, it'd have to be good.
Oh, I'll take care of that. Will you produce it?
If it's a good story, why not? Now, I'll tell you something else. If you can write a complete and original story in 24 hours, I'll let you play the lead in it.
Mary, you heard that. You heard what he said.
You're letting yourself in for it, Mr. DeMille.
I don't think so. It's a mental and physical impossibility.
That's Jack, all right.
You'll find out, CB.
So will you, J.B.
Well, all I need is a quiet place to work in. I may have to go out of town.
That's all right with me. Any place you want.
Okay. Now, let's see. If I can...
As a matter of fact, Jack, if you really want a quiet place, you can use my place up on Baldpate.
Where?
Baldpate Mountain. It's an old house I picked up a couple of years ago. I've never lived there. And no one can bother you because no one else can get in.
Oh.
There's only one...
Nobody comes to Diamond Star unless he or she has to.
I happen to enjoy big game hunting, Mr. Davies. I was told the lions are very good to the north of here.
Would you care to show them to a model? After all, you were our best hunter and guide. Dale, you know as well as I do, I can't even guide Miss Renaud across the street. But
you'll probably have to cut your way through the snowdrifts, but once you get there, you'll love it. The only thing you'll hear is a couple of hoot owls and the moaning of the wind.
What, no radio?
No one ever goes near there. It's an ideal place to work.
All right, the bet's on. I'll go pack now, and I'll leave for Baldpate in an hour.
Good. But remember, Jack, a complete and original scenario in 24 hours.
Listen, Mr. DeMille, if I don't bring you back a complete and original story in 24 hours, my name ain't Jack Benny.
Confidentially, Mr. DeMille, it ain't.
Oh, come on.
This is Baldpate. You got that key?
Right here. Say, it's kind of dark up this way, isn't it?
Sure is. Belinda and me's the caretakers of this place. We don't get over more than 2 or 3 times a year.
If you ask me, that's 2 or 3 times too much.
Now, you hush, Belinda. Hush up. Go on in, Mr. Benny. I'll make a light for you. Ought to be an old oil lamp around here somewhere.
Well, hurry, Jed. It's black as pitch. Say, Mr. Benny, you ain't really set on staying here all night, are you?
I certainly am, Mrs. Waller.
Oh, but you don't have to stay, do you?
Well, in a way, why not?
Why not? Jed, he asked why not. I'll tell you why not, Mr. Benny.
Now, hush up, Belinda, hush up. No need to go worrying him with all those tales. Why, it's 20 years or more since old man Crummet passed away. I never did believe in ghosts anyway.
Say, who was this old Crummet?
He owned this place. May heaven help him.
But he's dead now. Dead and gone in his grave these 20 years.
In his grave? When he ain't out of it.
Now, hush, Belinda, hush up.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Waller. I'm not very much afraid of ghosts.
Oh, of course you ain't. Of course you ain't. I never would have believed a word of it myself. Except for what happened to the last fellow that stayed here. Would you like to hear about it?
Well, not particularly.
Well, 'twas a night just like this. Black as a crow's feather. With the wind a-howling and a-moaning through the trees. Just like now. Yes, I guess that's why no one ever heard his screams. You see...
Here, stop it. I don't want to hear any more about it. I got a story to write here, and by heaven, I'll write it or my name ain't... Now get out of here, both of you. Go on, scat.
Then you set on staying, huh?
Yes, I'm set on staying, huh?
Come on then, Jed. We can go. Our conscience is clear.
Yep. Well, goodbye, mister. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
Let's see. The scene is in the library at night. The girl walks in, suddenly discovers her. Yeah, that's it, I think. Who's there? Who's out there? Who's outside that door?
Hiya, Morgan. Gee, it's dark in here.
Who are you?
It's okay, Morgan. I'm Cookie Bland.
That's fine, but I'm not Morgan. How'd you get in here anyway?
Why, come through the door.
Yeah, I noticed that, but I happen to have the only key to that door.
Oh, is that so? Well, what do you think this thing is, a crochet needle?
Oh, so you've got one, too. What are you doing here?
I can the chatter. You know I was supposed to meet you here. You come for the dough, didn't you?
The dough?
Well, sure. Hey, you cracked the safe yet?
Why, no. Say, what is it?
Now, listen here, Morgan.
My name isn't Morgan. I'm Jack Benny.
What?
You heard me, Jack Benny.
Oh, I'm dealing with a screwball, huh?
Oh, listen, go away, will you? I've got a story to write. I'm right in the middle of a plot.
Yeah? Well, if you ain't Morgan, you're going to be in the middle of another kind of a plot. And it don't have no happy ending.
Why, what are you talking about?
Stick 'em up, pal.
Stick 'em up?
Stick 'em up or I'll blow you through the wall. Hey, listen. What's that?
Somebody else is trying to get in. They told me there was only one key to this place.
Shut up. Look here, screwball. I'm going to hide in the next room, see? And you get him out of here. And don't mention nothing about me being here, see? Because if you do, it's curtains. You understand? Curtains.
Curtains.
Right.
Good evening.
Well, good evening. Who are you?
Who are you?
Now, I asked first.
Oh, never mind that. How did you get in here?
Well, no trouble at all. I had a key.
You lie. There is only one key to Baldpate, and I have it.
Well, it sure gets around. Now, listen, miss, I'm a very busy man. I came here to write
What is your name?
My name is Jack Benny, I think.
Please, this is no time for jokes.
All right, then have it your own way. My name isn't Jack Benny. It's Morgan.
Morgan?
Yes, Morgan.
Put up your hands. Put them up.
Say, this is getting a little bit monotonous.
I am going to kill you, Mr. Morgan.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't shoot. I'm not Morgan. I only said that because the other fellow told me if I wasn't Morgan...
What other fellow?
Huh?
What other fellow? There is someone else here?
Oh, no. It's a fellow I met last week. He's in the curtain business. But I'm not Morgan. You gotta believe me.
Very well. It is good for you that you spoke in time.
Oh, thank you. Wow. Well, maybe you'll tell me what this is all about. I mean, why do you want to shoot Mr. Morgan?
Why? Because he is a beast. Because he is planning to rob me of my inheritance. Listen, do you know who I am? My name is Crummet. Rita Crummet.
Not one of the grave-walking Crummets.
No. I see someone has told you about my grandfather.
Yes, casually.
20 years ago, my grandfather died very mysteriously. When he died, he left over $100,000. No one ever received a penny of it. Do you know why?
He forgot to put stamps on the envelopes.
No. No one knew where it was. But recently, some new facts have come to light. Facts which prove definitely that the money is still in existence. That it is buried here in this very house.
$100,000 in this house?
Yes, and it is all mine. All mine, do you hear?
Faintly.
But a man named Morgan knows of this, too. He is planning to come here, to take the money, to rob me. Oh, you must help me.
Well, I'd like to, yes. But I have a story to write, and I've only got about 3 minutes.
Listen. Who is that?
I don't know, and don't introduce me.
Look, there is someone coming down the stairs. He is carrying a lantern.
Who's down there? Who's down there?
Shall we answer him?
Miss Crummett, did your grandfather carry a lantern?
Never.
Was he a tall, thin man, all bent over with a long gray beard?
No.
Then there's a stranger in the house.
Who's there, I say?
It's us.
What are you doing here? Who's that woman? I don't like women.
Now, just a minute, my friend. If you'll come out from behind that beard, I'd like to ask a couple of questions myself. I mean, how did you get in here?
I came through the back door.
There is no back door.
I made one.
It wasn't that funny.
I know who he is now. He is the hermit of Baldpate Mountain. He is crazy. A maniac.
Oh, so you're a hermit, eh?
Yes, I am. I live alone. But I don't like it. Get that woman out of here. I can't stand women. I hate women. I hate all women.
How about Hedy Lamarr?
I don't like her either.
Boy, you are nuts.
Mr. Benny, please, do not joke with him.
They're coming. You hear the drum? Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. They're coming. Legions upon legions. Marching. Closer and closer. Legions upon legions. And they're all dead.
That man, I have heard of him. He is very dangerous. There's no telling what he will do. If he comes back, we must humor him.
Yeah, if I come back, humor me.
Oh, no. No, do not go, please. You must not leave me alone now.
Look, I came here to write a story.
Listen. There is someone at the door again. Someone is trying to get in.
It's about time somebody tried to get out.
I must not be seen here. I will be up in the attic. Do not breathe a word.
Hello, Jack.
Mary, you?
Who'd you expect, Corrigan?
Why not? How'd you open that door?
With a key. Why?
That's ridiculous. Don't you know there's only 4 keys in existence?
Well, mine makes 5. I didn't want to disturb you, so when I came through the village, I borrowed it from the grocer.
A fine place that DeMille sent me to. Wait till I see him again. What'd you come up here for, anyway?
Well, don't look so annoyed. I got worried about you. I thought of you up here all alone, and, well, I thought you might like some company.
Company? Got more company now than a sweepstake winner. Mary, this is no place for you. You gotta leave right now.
What do you mean, leave? I just got here.
I know, but you gotta go. Now, don't ask questions, please.
Are you trying to get rid of me?
Oh, yes, I'm trying to get rid of you.
Why?
Mary, will you please do what I say?
Not until I know what's behind all this. What's going on here anyway?
There's nothing going on here. Nothing.
Well, boy meets girl.
Where are you?
Here. What's the matter now?
That man is trying to kill me. He's mad. Oh, you've got to help me. Stay near me. I can't stand it.
Here, now, stop. It's all right. I'll take care of you. Just calm yourself. Now, everything's going to be all right.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Who's the foreigner?
Her name is Rita Crummett, and she's in a lot of trouble. I'm trying to help her out. Miss Crummett, this is Mary Livingston.
Oh, how do you do? I am very pleased to meet you.
I'll bet you are. So this is the story you were going to write, eh?
Well, I started to tell you.
I thought there was some reason why you wanted to get rid of me.
Now, listen, Mary.
Oh, don't try to make excuses.
Oh.
It's too bad I happened to come up here, isn't it? But I'm glad I did. Glad I found out about you before it's too late.
Mary, are you crazy? I never saw this woman before in my life.
Then what is she doing here?
I'll tell you what she's doing. She came here after $100,000.
Oh, bank knife.
Now, look, Mary, this money was...
Oh, you can't pull the wool over my eyes. It's all off between us, Jack. This is the end. Take Miss Crumpet and go.
It's not Crumpet, it's Crummett.
Well, she certainly looks it.
Mary, look, this is silly. It's her money and she came here to get it. Now, there's a man named Morgan who's trying to take it away from her, and there's a fellow named Cokie Bland who's hiding in the other room, and he's trying to get it.
Why don't you stick him up?
Hey, now, wait a minute, Bland. Wait a second. I didn't mean to tell her, really. I didn't. It just slipped up.
Stick him up. Come on, all of you.
Now, look what you've done, Mary. I hope you're satisfied.
I warned you not to squeal, didn't I?
Oh.
I warned you, pal. But you double-crossed me, see? And now I'm going to lump your dumplings.
You're going to what?
Lump your dumplings.
You're going to lump my dumplings?
Jack, what does he mean?
I'm not sure, but if it's what I think it is, you better shake the mothballs out of your old black dress.
We return in just a moment to the second act of Seven Keys to Baldpate, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille. Now for a brief intermission, during which we overhear your friends, the Browning family. In their living room, Mr. Browning is discovered checking over the month's bills. Dot sits by the window sewing. Betty has the radio tuned in to Flatfoot Flugie, while Dad is vainly trying to add a column of figures.
26 and 43 is... Quiet! Is it enough that I have to pay the bills? Or do I have to add them up in a madhouse, too?
What bills, Dad?
What bills? These bills. What on earth does this family do with stockings?
We hang them up at Christmas and wait for Santa Claus.
Well, you're looking at Santa Claus right now. But I can't be Santa Claus on stockings much longer. In fact, I don't think I'll buy another pair until you tell me why you can't make them last.
Why, Dad, stockings just wear out. They pop runs and...
Oh, Betty, if you'd only wash your stockings the way I told you.
Yeah, Dot, I know. Every night in Lux. Don't forget the Lux.
It does make a difference, Beth. My stockings last lots longer than yours.
On account of this elasticity you're always talking about, I suppose. Stockings should stretch and then spring back.
Oh, I wish this budget would.
Honestly, Betty, it's dopey to wash stockings the way you do. Come on, be a good egg. Use Lux and help Dad out with the bill.
Is somebody in this family actually going to do something to help me? Mother, come quick. It's a miracle. That's what it is, a miracle.
Yes, the girl who wears the stockings and the man who pays the bills are both thankful for Lux Flakes. They cut down on costly runs and protect the beauty and fit of your stockings, too. Wash your stockings after every wearing in gentle Lux Flakes. To save money, buy the big box. We continue with Seven Keys to Baldpate, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille. A few minutes have passed. In the old house on Baldpate Mountain, the situation remains unchanged, and Jack is still unshot. Rita Crummett, Mary, and Jack are seated in a row against the wall. Bland covers them with an automatic.
And I don't want nobody to make any false moves, see? If anybody bats an eyelash, you know what.
You'll lump his dumplings.
Right.
Keep quiet, Mary.
Well, that's what he said he'd do, didn't he? He was going to lump your dumplings.
Well, you don't have to remind him of it.
Don't worry, Screwball. I changed my mind about that. I'm going to wait here for Morgan.
Well, I can wait if you can.
Morgan is a beast.
Nobody asked you, sister.
He's trying to steal my money, but he won't. He won't, I tell you. I'll get that money tonight if it's the last thing I do.
You lay one finger on it, and I will be.
Hey, what is all this about money? What's everyone doing up here anyway?
Oh, she came up here for some money, and this guy came up ahead of her. I came up to write a story. You came to keep me company. Not one of us had sense enough to bring sandwiches.
Shut up.
Well, why don't you all go home and leave me alone?
Shut up, I tell you.
I won't shut up. You can't intimidate me. Anyway, not until Morgan gets here.
Well, maybe I won't wait for Morgan, see? Maybe I'll break the rules for once and let you have it right now.
Here, stop! Put that gun down. Put it down.
Everybody stay where you are. I've got you covered.
Look, it's the hermit.
Drop the gun. Drop it, I say!
Oh, nuts.
There, smarty pants.
Hey, Jack. Who's the guy with the long beard?
That's the hermit, Mary. Hiya, Hermie.
Wonder what he looks like.
I'm not going to get a lawnmower just for that.
Who's this woman? Why is she here?
Now, Hermie, control yourself. You certainly showed up at the right time. Where'd you get that gun?
That's none of your business. I heard what you said. Up here after old Crummett's money, huh? Well, you won't get it. None of you will get it.
Listen, look, I don't even want the money. All I want is to be left alone, that's all. And this guy here was going to shoot me.
Oh, he was, eh? Well, he won't.
There. You see, Mr. Bland?
But I'm going to shoot you myself.
What?
There, you see, Mr. Bland?
Quiet. Listen, Hermie, look. Be reasonable. What did I ever do to you?
You brought these women here.
Oh, he did, eh?
I did not.
He did, too. Listen here, Hermie. I heard the whole thing. This dame came here for the dough. And this here guy promised he'd get it. There were a couple of crooks. And if I was you, I'd give it to him right now.
Hermie, don't listen to him. He's crazy.
He is, eh?
Sure he is. He's stark raving mad.
So am I. Shake, brother.
Shake.
Gosh.
Stop shaking, Jack. You're not in it.
Go on, Hermie. Let the rat have it.
Right now?
Sure, right now. Why not?
Hey, you keep out of this. If he wants to wait a little, that's his business.
Go on, Hermie. Give it to him.
No. We must wait.
That's right. We got to wait for Morgan.
No, not for Morgan. We wait until midnight. I'll sit here and watch you squirm. Then when we hear the old village clock striking the hour, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Stop! Hermie, you can't do that. You can't shoot a man down in cold blood. Why, you don't know me. You don't even know who I am. You can't do it, Hermie. I tell you can't do it.
Pick up your head. Come on. Up with him.
Now I know somebody's selling keys outside.
Put that gun down, Santa Claus. I'm taking charge here. Now, don't move. Anybody.
Brother, I don't know who you are, but you certainly are a lifesaver.
Yeah? Hello, Bland.
Hi, Morgan.
Morgan?
What are you laughing at?
Hello, Morgan.
Mary.
What's going on here, Bland?
Well, I don't know, boss. I come up here like you told me to, and I find this guy punning a typewriter, and this here dame walks in and she...
Rita. So you're here, eh?
Well, what of it?
You double-crossing little snake.
Say, you can't talk to Miss Crummett like that.
Crummett? That's a laugh. Do you know who this dame is?
If she's Miss America, I'll scream.
Quiet.
Her name is Nolan. Rita Nolan. She's the slickest little crook in the business.
What do you mean, crook? That money belongs to anyone who finds it.
Nobody will find it, because it's mine. Every penny of it mine.
Keep your mouth shut. Put up your hands, everybody.
Me too?
Yeah, you too. Keep them there, you hear?
Yes, sir.
Come here, Bland. I want to speak to you.
Okay, boss.
Rest of you sit tight. I got my eyes on all of you.
Phew. Gee, Mary, I guess we're in a tough spot. I wished I had a gun.
What for? You wouldn't shoot anybody.
No, but I could commit suicide. Mary. Hey, Mary. Don't make a move, but listen to me. We got to get that gun away from Morgan. I got a plan.
What is it?
When Morgan comes over here and starts to talk, you look behind him, see? And then you yell, "Look out behind you." Then when he turns around, I'll grab his gun. How do you like that for an idea?
I think it's corny.
What do you mean, corny? Shh. Here he comes.
All right, Bland. Let's get after that dough. It's in the house somewhere. We've got to find it tonight. Here, you take the upstairs, and I'll search down here.
All right, Mary. Remember the plan?
Oh, yes. Say, Mr. Morgan, will you come here a minute?
Huh? What do you want?
Personally, I don't think this is going to work, but look out behind you.
Hey, what?
Hey, give me that gun. Hey, you stand right where you are, Mr. Morgan. Now put up your hands, everybody. You didn't think it would work, eh, Mary? Say, I guess I'm not a scenario writer for nothing. Everybody line up against that wall, see? I'm after this situation, see? I got you all in the palm of me hand. If anybody moves, I'll dump his lumplings.
The telephone.
Who had that phone connected?
I'll answer it.
Oh, no, you don't. Get away from that phone.
That call from...
No, I didn't...
Stand back, all of you. I'll take care of this, see?
Be careful what you say, Jack. You can't tell who it might be.
Don't worry. I guess I can handle it. I guess.
Go ahead, Jack.
All right. Don't push me. Hello? Hello? What? No, madam, this is not Sam's Delicatessen. Can you imagine that? Now what are we going to do? Anyway, I've still got the gun. We're going to stay here until I can reach the police.
Police?
Yes, if we have to wait here all night.
Jack, why do we have to sit around waiting for the police?
Why? Because nobody knows we're here, because I'm not a mental telepathist, because we haven't got a shortwave radio.
Well, we have a telephone. Why don't we call them?
Well, I'd have thought of that, too. I'll call them right now. Now, don't move, anybody. Hello? Hello, operator. Give me the police department and hurry.
You're making a mistake there, buddy.
You don't say, huh? Well, you made a mistake when you walked in here and tried to push me around. Hello? Is this the Baldpate Village Police Station? Well, this is Jack Benny, and I'm up on Baldpate Mountain. Yes, Jack Benny. What do you mean a gag? I tell you... What? All right, then you can be the King of Bulgaria. I'm still Jack Benny. The King of Bulgaria.
Let me talk to him, Jack.
Okay.
Now listen, Your Majesty.
Give me that phone. Now get this. I'm up here on Baldpate Mountain. I've got a... Yes. Yeah, I know that. Look, I know no one lives on Baldpate. That's why I'm here. No, I'm not crazy. Hello? Hello? Hello, listen. Hello? You beat that. He hung up. I'd like to go down there and stuff that phone down his throat.
Why don't you?
Let all these crooks walk out on me? Oh, no.
Don't worry about them. You leave the gun with me, and I'll keep school till you get back with the cops.
Now, don't be ridiculous. You couldn't handle this mob. All alone and everything.
Sure I could. If anybody tried to get out, I'd do that stuff with the dumplings. Give me the gun.
Oh, I don't like this. Suppose something happened.
Nothing's going to happen. Go ahead, Jack, and get back here as soon as you can.
Well, all right, but keep your eye on them. I'll be back in an hour, and I'll have the whole police force with me. Hey, open this door. Hey, what kind of of a police station is this? Open up, will ya?
Hey, what goes on here?
Hey, let me in. Is this the Baldpate Village Police Station?
It ain't the morgue.
Well, you can't prove it by you. Where is everybody?
Well, we close early on Mondays.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, I want to see the chief constable. Where is he?
Chief Constable? You'll find him in cell number 6. He's playing draw poker with the 3 prisoners.
Playing with the prisoners? Isn't he taking a chance?
No, they're his cards.
Oh.
Just go right through that door. The chief is the guy without the stripes.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief, I'll raise that bid.
It'll cost you a dime to see him, Chief.
And it'll cost him another dime to see me.
Hey, say, Chief, can I interrupt you for a minute? I'm the guy that called you up about an hour ago from Baldpate Mountain.
Oh, yeah?
I came down here to tell you there's a gang of desperate crooks up there, and you got to do something about it.
Crooks, eh?
Yeah.
What do you got, Joe? 3 kings.
Hey, will you wait a minute? I just left them.
I got 3 aces. Your pot, Chief.
Look, I just left them up there. They're being held by Mary Livingston. They're dangerous, Chief. You got to come right away.
Whose deal is it?
My deal, Chief.
Look, will you listen? One of them's going to kill me at 12 o'clock on the dot. He's a maniac. And if he misses me, there's 3 others who won't.
Well, I can't quit winners, can I?
Oh.
I'll open a new deck. Take out the 2s and 3s.
Look, Chief, I hate to be a kibitzer, but this is a matter of life and death.
Who opened?
You did.
I did not.
You did, too. Now, look, Chief, all I want is...
10 cents blind, Joe. I'll see that and raise it a dime.
Look, all I want is...
Up a nickel.
All I want is...
A nickel and 1 bet.
Chief, it's a matter of life and death.
And a nickel again.
It's $100,000.
What? Well, that's too high for me. I pass. Wait a minute. What did you say?
$100,000 on Baldpate Mountain.
Well, what are we sitting around here for?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. There's a whole gang of crooks. They're after the money.
Not while Kennedy is chief constable. Can you show me the way?
Follow me.
Then let's go. I've kept this county clean of crooks for 10 years. And by heaven, it'll stay clean.
Now, come on.
Wait. Where's my holster?
Here it is, Chief, hanging on your chair. Hurry up.
Is my gun in it?
Yes, and 2 aces. Let's go.
Was Precision Identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes. And now, before bringing you the 3rd act of our play, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille, we have a little intermission. During the week, one of the most distinguished violinists in the world, Mr. Ephraim Zimbalist, boarded a plane and headed west, just to be with us tonight, a tribute for which we're most grateful. Due to the insidious machinations of Jack Benny, all violinists have fallen into a mild sort of disrepute, and especially a certain composition for the violin, written by Schubert. A composition spelt B, as in Benny, E, E. Like a knight of old, aglow with the fierce flame of vengeance, Mr. Zimbalist is here to right ancient wrongs, and to play the B with some regard for Mr. Schubert and the sensibilities of listening America. At last, Mr. Benny is cornered. Mr. Zimbalist, are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Wick, but there's no hurry. Let him suffer for a while longer.
Well, why not? Oh, by the way, Mr. Zimbalist, what do you think of Jack as an actor?
I find a remarkable similarity, Mr. Wick, between Mr. Benny the actor and Mr. Benny the violinist. Even as an actor, he insists on playing in 7 keys.
Mr. Zimbalist, well, shucks, I play the violin, too. Maybe you heard me in The Buccaneer. I was the pirate who played the violin for Frederick March to soothe his nerves.
Oh, is that so? May I suggest, Mr. Wick, that next time you give him a nice cup of hot milk?
Oh. Don't you like anything around here, Mr. Zimbalist?
Oh, of course. I'm just trying to be funny, Mr. Wick. When a violinist tries to be a comedian, or when a comedian tries to be a violinist, heaven help the audience. I think I better play the B.
Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ephraim Zimbalist, accompanied at the piano by Theodore Seidenberg. America thanks you, Mr. Zimbalist, and we all trust Mr. Benny's musical dumplings are at long last properly lumped. We hear him now with Mary Livingston and Cecil B. DeMille in Act 3 of 7 Keys to Baldpate. An hour later, Jack Benny has enlisted the aid of the Baldpate Village Police. A car containing our hero and the chief constable pulls up the rugged mountain road, comes to a stop just outside of the old house.
There's the house, Chief Kennedy.
All right. Now, don't get excited. We're around a whole bunch of them up. Come on.
Wait. Gosh, I forgot. We can't get in. I came out without the key.
Oh, don't worry about that. I got one.
Oh, you have? Well, don't lose it. They're awfully scarce. Hey, look.
Huh? What's the matter now?
Gee, I left a light burning in that room. Now it's dark.
All right. Take it easy. I've got a flashlight. We'll break in on them and take them by surprise. Ready?
Right.
Now. Put them up, everybody.
Wait a minute. There's nobody here. Hey, Mary. Why, they've all gone.
They can't be gone. We just seen them coming down the mountain. Say, I thought there was something screwy about you.
But I'm not screwy. They must be somewhere in the house. You look upstairs and I'll take the cellar.
Okay. Here, take this other gun out of my hip pocket. And if you see anybody, shoot first.
Gee, I hope nothing happened to Mary. Mary, are you in the cellar? Mary, if you're down here, turn on the light. I can't see a thing. Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, Mary, you're safe. Where are you? I can't see.
I'm over here, Jack, sitting in a rocking chair.
Oh, I thought something happened to you. Well, get out of that chair and come over here.
Okay, but you'll have to untie these ropes first.
What ropes? You mean you're tied to that chair?
I couldn't help it, Jack. Really, I couldn't.
I might have known this would happen. Let me get those ropes. Who did this?
Mr. Morgan.
Oh, Morgan, eh?
Yeah, right after I dropped the gun.
Oh, you dropped the gun.
Well, I couldn't help it. I was standing there covering him just like you told me. And all of a sudden, Morgan yelled, "Look out behind you." And when I turned around, there was nobody there. Yeah, I guess that trick is better than I thought it was.
Oh, shut up. Hey, listen, they're all upstairs again. Come on, slip out of those ropes.
I'm ready.
Up the stairs, quick.
Jack, maybe we better not go up there.
Well, what are you talking about? I brought the law back with me. Kennedy's taking charge. He'll have those crooks in jail in an hour. But don't end up in a card game. Come on.
Shut up, everybody. Shut up or I'll plug somebody.
Now, what goes on, Chief? You got the whole crowd, huh?
And I got the money, too. It's in that big bag on the floor.
That's my money. It's mine.
Quiet, Hermie.
You. I'll get you at 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, eh? You got to get free first. Where'd you find the money, Chief?
That hermit dug it up. This woman took it from him, Bland took it from her, Morgan took it from him.
And I'm taking it from all of you.
Put that bag down.
Give me that bag. It's mine.
Don't let it take that.
Keep your hands off.
Put down that bag. Drop that bag. All of you, drop that bag. The law's here now. The law will take care of that dough in its own way.
That's telling them, Chief.
Where's the phone?
Right over there on the desk.
Put that money up here next to me.
There you are, Chief.
Now, everybody stay nice and quiet. Hello, operator. I want Village 826. Yeah.
Who you calling, Chief? The riot squad? I guess all you crooks will have a lot of time to think this over.
Hello, Village 826. Is this Joe's pool room?
Pool room?
This is Chief Constable Kennedy. Let me speak to my wife, will you? What? You don't see her around.
Maybe she's behind the 8-ball.
Mary.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, put her on the phone.
Look, Chief, I don't want to interfere with your business, but why don't you call up the station?
Hello. Is that you, Agnes? How's the game tonight, honey? That's good. Listen, honey, get this clear. I want you to get some clothes together in a hurry and catch the next train for Canada. Now, don't ask questions. I'll meet you there Wednesday morning. Yeah, with $100,000.
Say, what are you trying
to... Shut up! You got that straight, honey? Okay. Goodbye, sweetheart. What? Oh, all right. Goodbye, dear. Now, everybody stay where you are.
Say, what do you think you're going to do?
You heard me, buddy. I'm going to Canada.
This is a fine time to visit the quintuplets.
Shut up.
Why can't you can't get away with this? I'll have the law on your trail in 3 minutes.
No, you won't. I took care of that. There's 4 of my boys guarding the mountain road right now, with orders to shoot anybody trying to leave. You're all going to stay right here until I get a head start. Then you can do what you want.
You certainly are a fine cop stealing that money.
Yeah.
Why don't we divvy up, even Stephen?
You keep out of this. Why shouldn't I steal it from a gang of crooks like you? It's one chance in a lifetime to get this much dough, and I'm going to grab it. Yeah. I'm going to live in a marble hall and eat off gold plates and send my 2 boys to college. What do you think of that?
You won't get away with it. I'll shoot you dead. You're second on my list right now.
Come back here, you.
Shoot. Go on, shoot. Missed me.
He's gone. He's loose again. A fine mesh you made out of this, Mr.
You
Kennedy.
keep quiet.
Why, that man's a maniac. He's crazy. He's going to kill me at 12 o'clock on the dot.
If he bumps you off, he's not as crazy as I thought.
Listen, Kennedy, you'll never get away with this. Hand over that tool.
Stand back, you.
What?
Where are you, Doc? Get away from me. Get away or I'll fuck a whole bunch of you. Get away.
Come on, everybody. Grab him.
Come on.
Everybody, stand right where you are. Put up your hands. Go on, put them up, everybody.
Mary. Mary, look who it is. Look.
Who are you?
I'm Cecil B. DeMille, the owner of Baldpate. 2 policemen refused to let me pass, and I shot them dead.
Oh, this isn't true. Why, it can't be true.
What's the matter here, Jack? Who are these people? How'd they get in here?
Gee, I don't know.
Have they disturbed you in your work? How are you getting on with your story?
How am I getting on? It's a nice question. Fine place you sent me to. Nothing but ghosts, crooks, murderers, maniacs, and now a director. You told me there was only one key. This place has more keys than a grand piano.
But, Jack...
You win, I lose. 24 hours. I couldn't write a story in this joint in 24 years. Well, what's the matter with you? What are you all laughing at? Hey, what goes on here anyway?
I just want to tell you, Jack, I hope you're not going to be mad, but the whole thing was a joke.
What was a joke?
I sent all these people up here just for a gag.
A gag?
That's right. This girl you thought was Rita Crummett. Her real name is Eve Forsyth. I used her in my last picture.
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
Well, Al, this is the darndest thing.
Cokie Bland isn't a crook. He isn't even Cokie. He's my old prop man.
How are you, Mr. Benny?
Well, this is very funny.
Morgan here is an actor I've been using for years. His name is Jones.
Jones? Well, what an odd name.
Kennedy isn't a real chief constable, but he's a real actor.
Well, thanks, Mr. DeMille.
I'd say he's a real actor. He certainly had me going. Well, this is quite a surprise.
And, of course, Mary was in on the whole thing from the start.
Oh, she was?
Hello, Jack.
Mary. Oh, gosh darn you. Oh, this is very funny. Say, Mr. DeMille, who was the hermit?
Huh?
You know, the hermit. The guy you sent up here to act like a crazy man. Boy, he had me scared for a while. Who was he?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, the crazy guy. The guy who said he was going to shoot me at 12 o'clock sharp.
You know anything about this, Kennedy?
Well, not me. I figured he was one of the actors.
Well, I didn't send him.
What? You mean you...
There must be some mistake. I don't know anything about a hermit.
Well, neither do I. I thought that...
Wait a minute. Do you mean this hermit is on the level?
Well, he must be.
But he's going to shoot me. He's going to kill me at 12 o'clock.
Now, keep calm, Jack. There must be something we can do.
But he's a maniac. He's crazy. He's roaming around loose. Listen. What time is it? What time is it now?
It's exactly 2 minutes of 12.
2 minutes of... Oh.
Jack, look at me. Are you all right?
He got me, Mary. He got me. Mary.
Yes, Jack?
Tell DeMille.
Yes.
Tell DeMille.
What, Jack? Tell DeMille what?
Tell DeMille his watch is 2 minutes slow.
Mr. DeMille's office. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in conference. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in a story conference with Mr. Benny. Mr. DeMille is in a story conference.
And there's your story, Mr. DeMille. At the finish, the hermit shoots me and I fall to the floor. Mary leans over to me and says, Jack, look at me. Are you all right? Then I look up at her and say, Tell DeMille his watch is 2 minutes slow. Finish. There's your story, Mr. DeMille, and I finished it in 24 hours.
Gee, Jack, that's swell.
What do you think of it, C.V.?
Did you write all this since you were in this office yesterday?
I certainly did.
Did you work at my place on Baldpate?
Yes, and you were right. I never heard a sound. But I used it for the locale of my story and brought in a lot of crooks and things. Why, I even put you in it. I had you come in at the finish to tell me it was all a gag.
Yeah, I know.
And I wrote a part for Mary, too. Well, how do you like it?
It's very good, Jack.
Thanks. Now, you remember your promise, C.V. You said you'd produce it.
I certainly will.
There you are, Mary, you see?
Gee.
And Gary Cooper is just the man for it.
Gary Cooper? Now, wait a minute, Mr. DeMille. You said I could play the lead in it.
I said you could play the lead if it was an original story.
Well, it is original. And it's good, too.
Yes, but it was also good in 1910 when Earl Durr Biggers wrote the novel.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, and in 1913, when George M. Cohan produced the play.
Oh, what a coincidence.
Yeah, and in 1925, when Paramount produced the silent picture.
Oh, they got in it, too.
Yeah, and in 1929, when RKO made it as a talkie.
Well.
And I believe they all called it 7 Keys to Baldpate.
They did?
Ah.
Gee, and I was so proud of it. I thought it was my own brainchild, didn't you?
And it turned out to be an orphan.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm licked. So the picture's off, ACB?
I'm sorry, Jack.
Gee, and I wanted to play the lead in it. Well, that's the way it goes. Yeah. Come on, Mary, let's go home.
Wait a minute, Jack. You've still got a chance. Grab that script.
What for?
We'll take it over to Walt Disney. He'll produce it.
Gee, Walt Disney. Say, there's an idea. Come on, let's go. Walt Disney.
So long, Jack.
Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack, quack.
And that's the end of our Lux Radio Theater version of 7 Keys to Baldpate. But not the end of Jack Benny. He'll be back in a moment with Mary Livingston to be put on the spot again, I'm sure, by Mr. DeMille. Meantime, may I ask you, our listeners, a question? Have you ever been put on the spot by embarrassingly red, rough hands? If you have, if you want the smooth, white hands everyone admires, try changing to Lux Flakes for washing your dishes. Your hands may spend as much as 500 hours in the dishpan every year. Think of the damage a harsh soap may do. Such soaps are drying. They rob your skin of its natural oils. But Lux Flakes have none of the harmful alkali so drying to the skin. They leave your hands lovely. Do as so many clever women do nowadays. Use Lux for dishes. Buy the thrifty big box tomorrow. And now, Mr. DeMille, the actor, surrenders to Mr. DeMille, your host and producer, as he brings Jack Benny and Mary Livingston back to our microphone.
Thank you for that word, actor, Mr. Rick. And now a brief exchange of opinions with the man of the hour. Oh, Jack, Mr. Benny. Mary, where's Jack?
He's in the next room taking off his makeup.
Makeup? But, Mary, does he use makeup on radio?
Well, Jack has to on account of Mike fright.
Mike fright? What's that got to do with it?
When he doesn't put on makeup, he frightens the Mike.
I see.
Here he comes now. Hey, Jack, Mr. DeMille wants you.
Oh, yes, Mr. DeMille.
Well, Jack, now that it's all over, I've got to admit that tonight's acting was superb. Really great.
Gee, Mr. DeMille, you mean that?
I certainly do. It was brilliant.
Well, and there's no room for an argument there.
Thanks. I thought I was pretty good.
You?
Of course. Who did you mean?
Oh, well, yes, Mr. DeMille. I thought your acting was all right. Yes, sir, all right.
You mean you didn't think it was good?
Well, I didn't think it was bad.
But you didn't say it was good.
No, I said it was all right, all right.
Yeah, but you said it like Major Bowes.
No, I really thought you were swell. And speaking of histrionic ability, I wasn't exactly a sound effect on this program myself, you know.
I agree with you, Jack. I thought you did a great job.
Thank you.
Hey, Gable.
What? What is it, Mary?
As long as it's a matter of personal opinion, I thought I was pretty good, too.
Mary, you were excellent. I don't know what we'd have done without you.
It's got me stumped, too.
By the way, Jack, what did you think of the way Mr. Zimbalist played the bee?
Oh, I thought it was quite good, Mr. DeMille. Of course, his pizzicato was a bit strong. And when it came to the andante, I thought he was slightly razzmatazz in there.
Oh, he was?
Oh, yeah. But when it came to the allegro, why, nobody can question that.
They better not question you either.
Yeah, tough. They're not question you either. Now, look. Always comes in with her little 2 cents. Now, look, Mr. DeMille. Now that it's all over, let's be serious. How about my playing the leading role in your next picture? I've been looking forward to it, and I know I can do it. Why, I've been riding a horse 8 hours a day just to get in shape for the part.
Well, you've been practicing on the wrong kind of a horse, Jack. Union Pacific is the story of an iron horse.
The thing I rode wasn't made of feathers, Mr. DeMille.
But, Jack, you've got it all wrong. An iron horse is a locomotive. Union Pacific is a railroad story.
Oh, a railroad story, Mr. DeMille. Railroads are right down my alley.
That was before you moved to the new house.
Well, if it means a part in the picture, I'll move right back. How about it, Mr. DeMille?
He'll think it over.
You stay out of this. What do you say?
Mary's right. I'll think it over.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
By the way, I want to wish you good luck on the opening of your new Jell-O series next Sunday night. You too, Mary.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. DeMille, I still think you're right about my trying to be a dramatic actor. I'll wash my hands of the whole thing. And to show you there's no hard feelings, I'll do it with Lux. Well, I guess we'll be running along. Come on, Mary.
Okay. Say, Jack, didn't it seem strange working tonight after our long vacation?
It sure did. But I got a lot of laughs tonight, didn't I, Mary?
Yeah, tuck in your shirt tail and let's go home.
Oh, good night. See you Sunday.
Good night, Hamlet. Good night, Mary.
Our stars in play for next Monday night are announced very shortly by Mr. DeMille. Heard in tonight's cast were Margaret Brayton as Rita, Ted Osborne as Hermie, Ross Forrester as Bland, Gail Gordon as Morgan, Lou Merrill as Kennedy, John Fee as Sergeant, Eddie Waller as Jed, Martha Wentworth as Belinda, Joe Kearns as a prisoner, Victor Rodman as Bollister, Mary Lansing as telephone operator, Frank Nelson as Oakley, Dorothy Grewatts as Miss Cole, and Catherine Carlton as a girl. Jack Benny and Mary Livingston return to the air on the Jell-O program next Sunday night. Mr. Benny's new Paramount film is Artists and Models Abroad. Louis Silvers, our musical director, appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for the new picture, Straight, Place, and Show. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Believing with Disraeli that variety is the mother of enjoyment, we turn from the comedy of tonight's play and bring you next Monday night to more dramatic and romantic feels in presenting our adaptation of the recent hit picture, Another Dawn. This tense play carries us to Arabia, where in the heat and mystery of the desert, a handful of soldiers hold aloft their country's flag, and a beautiful girl picks up the fragments of her lost happiness. Our stars, a trio of Hollywood's most popular celebrities, Madeleine Carroll, Francho Tone, and George Brent. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeleine Carroll, Francho Tone, and George Brent in Another Dawn. This is Cecil B. DeMille, the former actor, saying good night to you from Hollywood. Has been Mel Blanc. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From the archives of the greatest dramas in radio history, we proudly present Hollywood.
The Radio Theater, starring Jack Benny and Gail Patrick in Killer Kate. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Very few institutions on the air outdate the Radio Theater. But one of the exceptions is our star tonight, Waukegan's favorite son, Jack Benny. It was 15 years ago that Jack started trying for laughs on the air, and he's still trying. As a matter of fact, we'll have to allow Jack's one of America's top comedians. But tonight he branches out into a different field, in a thrilling piece of action drama entitled Killer Kate. Based on a Warner Brothers screenplay, it was adapted especially for Jack's newly discovered dramatic ability, and co-stars lovely and talented Gail Patrick. And now, Jack Benny as Killer Kate, and Gail Patrick as Helen, with Alan Reed as Al Brady. In this rather unusual story, Mr. Benny plays the part of Jeff Morley, sometimes known as Killer Cates. In the opening scene, we find our cold-blooded killer at the door of his old hideaway.
Have you, Spangler? Wait till I get this door open. Spangler, where have you... Killer Cates. It's you.
Yeah. Yeah, Blinky, it's me.
Gee, killer, I didn't know it was you. I was just waiting for Spangler to come back.
Spangler ain't coming back.
Not coming back? Well, it serves him right. He had it coming. I was going to knock him off myself. I was, killer. He's the guy that ratted on you.
Yeah?
Yeah, killer, yeah. Gee, it's good to see you back again. When'd you get out?
Last night, Blinky. I busted out just to see you and Spangler. I just seen Spangler.
You busted out? Then you're hot. But don't worry, killer. I'll hide you. You can use my place.
So you can put the finger on me like you did last time, eh, Blinky?
It wasn't me, killer. I swear it wasn't me. It was Spangler, I tell you. It was Spangler. He was the guy that...
Shut up, you lying rat.
Honest, killer. You gotta believe me. I had nothing to do with it.
Get down on your knees, Blinky, and start praying.
But, killer, please. You can't do it. I'm your pal, your friend. We grew up together. We was like brothers, killer. Please give me a break.
You didn't give me a break, did you? When you sent me up to the big house to rot in a lousy cell? You weren't satisfied to take over my racket. You even had to steal my dame.
I tell you, I didn't do it, killer. Everything is just the way you left it. And Millie, I didn't steal her. She's still your girl, killer. She's waiting for you.
Where do you want it, Blinky? In the belly or the back?
Killer, please give me a chance. I'll get out of town.
Get down on your knees, Blinky.
No, killer, don't. I swear I had nothing to do with this, believe me.
Start praying, Blinky.
Killer! You can't do it! Don't shoot! Don't! Killer.
So long, Blinky. You were my pal once, but you just couldn't keep your nose clean.
Cops! I gotta get out of here. Come on out, killer. You haven't got a chance.
You want me, copper? You'll have to come in and get me.
There he goes for the window. Got him. Is he dead?
No. No, I'm not dead, copper. Of course I'm not dead. Remember me? I'm Killer Cates. The man who couldn't be killed.
Keep bringing the curtain up and down, Eddie. He's good for a dozen bouts.
Whoever thought this corny show would be a hit?
You gotta hand it to that Jeff Morley, corny or not. He plays that Killer Cates like a real gangster. Get down on your knees and start praying, Blinky. Where do you want it? In the belly or the back?
Quiet. Here he comes. Nice show, Mr. Morley.
Thanks, Eddie. Is my manager around?
Yeah, Mr. Brady said he'd wait for you in your dressing room.
Thanks.
Hiya, Jeff.
Hello, Brady. I want to talk to you.
Fine, and say congratulations, killer.
For what?
For the 1,000th performance of the man who couldn't be killed.
Seems like $1 million. And stop calling me killer, will you? It's bad enough I have to play that part without being reminded of it all the time.
Well, you've been doing all right for 3 years now.
But can't you see what's happening to me? Every time I have to shoot a gun, I break into a cold sweat. I'm afraid of guns. They're so noisy.
Well, you can't bump off Blinky with a water pistol. His makeup will run.
Don't be funny. Imagine me, a killer, standing there with 2 guns.
You gotta use 2 guns, Jeff. When we tried it with 1 gun, you used to put your other hand on your hip.
What?
Why don't you forget it, Jeff? Did you see the audience out there tonight? Not an empty seat in the house.
I tell you, this play is driving me nuts. I have nightmares. I dream that I'm busting out of prison, taking guys for rides, sticking up banks. See, it's getting so every time I walk down the street and see a policeman, I duck.
Look, Jeff, what you need is a nice long rest. Go home and relax. Spend some time with your wife. Play a little golf. This is Saturday. You don't have to be back to the theater till Monday night.
No, Brady. That's not the solution. Don't you understand? I'm a comedian. A comic. All my life I've been a comedian. I don't want to play a gangster. I want to make people laugh.
All right, so you're a comedian. What happened when you played comedy? You did a show on Broadway called The Meanest Man in Syracuse, folded in 2 weeks.
I know.
And when you went out to Hollywood to make a picture, what was the name of that epic? Oh, The Bugle blew at midnight.
Well?
The audience blew at 9 o'clock.
So what? I made a mistake. Anybody's entitled to one mistake.
Yeah, but you made yours while you were standing in front of a camera. And everybody who saw that picture's a witness. There weren't many, but they're witnesses.
Look, Brady, you can talk till doomsday. But I know how I feel inside. For 25 years, I've been doing comedy, and that's what I want to keep on doing.
Jeff, what's the use of kidding? As a comedian, you're lousy. You stink.
Oh, you and your innuendos.
Look at the record. Since you gave up comedy and became Killer Cakes, look what you got. An estate on Long Island, a butler, 3 cars, and you're only number 12 in line for a new refrigerator. What more do you want?
My peace of mind. That's what I want. And it's no use arguing. I'm getting out of this play while I've still got my sanity, my health. Even if it means those one-night stands again.
But, Jeff, boy, think of your wife. Think of Helen.
I am thinking of Helen. In the mental condition I'm in, what kind of a husband am I?
Well, then think of me. I get 10% of your salary. For the last 3 years, I've been eating. I live in a nice apartment. I wear good clothes. Don't take those things away from me, Jeff.
That's what I thought. All you care about is your 10%. Well, I'm through, so you might as well get out of here, Brady, and start looking for a new killer. Now get out. Out. Out.
Okay.
Ooh, my head. Oh, those awful headaches.
Pardon me, Mrs. Morley.
What is it, Walters?
Mr. Brady telephoned. I told him Mr. Morley was asleep, and he said he'd drop in later on.
Oh, thank you, Walters. What time is it?
12:15, madam.
That late? I think you'd better wake Mr. Morley now.
Yes, madam. Mr. Morley. Mr. Morley. Mr. Morley. Wake up, sir. It's 12:15.
Listen, Scalise. From now on, you're taking orders from me. Killer Cake, see?
Mr. Morley.
You don't like it, you get the same thing that happened to Spangler. You'll wind up at the bottom of the river with your feet in a barrel of cement.
Mr. Morley,
Take your dirty mitts off of me before I... What? Where am I? Oh, it's you, Walters. I'm sorry, I must have been dreaming.
Yes, sir.
What was I saying?
Something about a Mr. Scalise, sir. You intimated that in the future he was to receive his instructions from you.
A darn show again. Can't get it off my mind. Other men dream about Lana Turner. I dream about Dillinger. He's not even wearing a sweater. Walters, tell Mrs. Morley I'll be right down.
Yes.
Would you like another cup of coffee, dear?
No, thanks. I don't feel like eating. I tell you, Helen, if I don't get out of this show, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown.
Jeff, I've never stood in your way. In the old days when you were playing vaudeville, things were pretty tough. I went along hoping you'd get a break. But you must admit that your act always flopped.
Well, I was doing all right until my seal died.
If that seal didn't die, you were out of work so long we had to eat it.
Well?
And what we didn't eat, I had to wear.
Well, all I know is I was happier then. Gee, and I had a swell act, too. Smart comedy, high class. Gosh, remember how I used to come out in white flannel pants, double-breasted blue coat with brass buttons, straw hat and cane, and I'd say, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the theater. A panhandler walked up to me and said, "Hey, mister, I haven't had a bite all week." So I bit him. Oh, boy, they used to scream at that. Yes, sir. That act is as good today as it ever was. Only maybe I'd have to bring it up to date, take out those General Pershing jokes, And then finish with, you remember I used to finish with that imitation of Ted Lewis? Yes, sir, is everybody happy? I don't know, that stuff is surefire.
I like it better when you say, "Where do you want it, Blinky, in the belly or the back?"
I know, but look, remember just before Brady got me in the play, you'll have to admit I was a sensation in that nightclub in Atlantic City.
But you had to work as a lifeguard in the daytime.
I didn't have to. I insisted on it. It kept me in condition. Atlantic City, I was terrific there. I got a million laughs.
Who wouldn't in that bathing suit?
All right.
But all right, Jeff, if it means your health and it'll make you any happier, then I'm for it. We'll start all over again. Right from the very, very, very bottom.
Gee, Helen, you're wonderful. After all, look, we've got what we want. This big house, the butler, 3 cars.
Yes, but when are we going to get the new refrigerator?
We're number 12. Oh, Helen, if you only knew how happy I am. I'm the old Jeff Morley again. Oh, kitten, when my baby smiles at me, ha, 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 there's a one. There's someone at the door.
Walters, that's probably Mr. Brady. Show him right in.
Yes, madam.
Brady? How do you like that? He won't even let me alone on Sundays. Well, I'm glad he's here. I'm going to straighten him out once and for all.
Hiya, killer. Hello, Helen.
Hello,
I brought
Al.
a couple of fellas I wanted you should meet. Shake hands with Bob Stanley and Freddie McCall.
How do you do?
How are you?
Glad to know you, killer. Yeah, you too, Mrs. Cates.
The name is Morley.
I'm sorry, but I've seen you on the stage so many times. To me, you'll always be Killer Cates.
Oh, no, I won't. Brady, I got news for you. I talked the whole thing over with Helen, and I'm quitting the show.
It ain't as easy as that, Jeff. You got a run-of-the-play contract, and they won't let you out of it. You can't quit.
Then I'll walk out.
But, Jeff, can you do that?
If he does, he'll never work in the theater again as long as he lives.
So that's the way it is. Well, I guess I can't do anything about it.
Now you're being smart, Jeff. That play will run another 3 years, you'll be a millionaire.
So what good is money? I'll end up with a gold-plated straitjacket.
Look, Jeff, when the show closes, you'll have plenty of time to enjoy life. In the meantime, let's cash in. There's a lot of extra gravy around.
Gravy? What do you mean?
I finally got you set for a radio deal.
Radio?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds all right.
Well, sure. It's a 15-minute program, 5 times a week. Stanley and McCall here have written a terrific script.
Well, you hear it. It's dynamite.
But won't that interfere with the play?
Not at all. He'll be off the air by 8:15. The curtain don't go up till 8:30. He can eat his dinner in a taxi.
Wait a minute, Brady. Is this that comedy program you were talking about?
No, I couldn't get a sponsor interested in that. This one is a natural. We got the radio rights to the man who couldn't be killed. You're going on the air as Killer Cates.
What? Killer Cates on the air? Nothing doing.
Now, I know this is awful sudden, Jeff, but the money is sensational. In a couple of years, you'll be able to quit and do comedy for the rest of your life in empty theaters.
But look at it.
Wait till you hear this script.
Brady.
Go ahead, fellas. Explain it to him.
I'm not going.
Well, the program opens with you in a tough spot. You shoot your way through Scalise's mob. You kill about 8 of them, but the town gets too hot for you, so you take it on the land.
Just until the heat is off. You're in a town in Jersey laying low, see, for a few days. Then you start a crave action, you go out and you get it.
No, I'm not.
And you walk into the Maramba, the biggest nightclub in town.
And you tell the boss he's through, but there's a mob there who tries to put the finger on it.
But you stage a one-man gang war and you take over.
Stop, fellas, please. I tell you, I'm not going to
you
go
have to go out and kill a couple of cops.
You're running things your way.
Scalise is out to get you.
It's a pitch back.
You're the man who couldn't be killed.
You're Killer Cate.
Killer Cate.
Killer Cate.
Look, fellas, you're wasting your time. I'm not going to go through
Scalise's
it.
mob.
The heat is on.
You walk into the Maramba.
The Maramba. But the mob puts the finger on you.
Run things your way.
You kill 2 cops.
3 cops.
4 cops.
10 cops.
You kill a cop.
Stop, I tell you. You're driving me nuts. I'm not going... Oh, my head.
Jeff! Darling, what's the matter?
Oh.
Walters, call the doctor. Mr. Morley has fainted.
In a moment, we'll present Act 2 of Killer Cates, starring Jack Benny and Gail Patrick. Here's your producer, William Keeley.
We continue with the second act of Killer Cates, starring Jack Benny as Jeff Morley, alias Killer Cates, and Gail Patrick as his wife, Helen. A few moments ago, when we left Jeff Morley, he was flat on the floor with a nervous collapse. Well, he's resting in bed now, while in another room, Dr. Elberon solemnly explains his diagnosis to Jeff's wife, Helen, and his manager, Al Brady.
And as I see it, Jeff is suffering from nervous fatigue more than anything else. He needs absolute quiet and a good long rest.
Sure, a good night's sleep, and he'll be ready to go to work tomorrow.
It'll be a long time before he's ready to go back on the stage, Mr. Brady. Several weeks, perhaps.
Several weeks? Well, what about the show? Without Jeff, it'll fold up. No, we can't do it. Helen, we'll have to get another doctor.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Al. I'm not going to sacrifice Jeff for your corny show. You'll have to get yourself another actor.
Helen, where can I get an actor cornier than him?
Are there any further instructions, Doctor?
Yes. Keep all conversation away from that play. Don't even mention the words Killer Cates.
Yes, Doctor.
You see, it's his impersonation of Killer Cates that's brought about this condition. Basically, Jeff is a sensitive type with a natural antipathy to that sort of character, all of which has resulted in these definite symptoms of schizophrenia.
What?
Schizophrenia. The doctrine of two distinct ultimate substances.
It's a disease of the mind, Al.
Holy smoke, how did he get it? Well, I'm going to call up the newspapers. I'll tell him that Jeff's got I'll tell him he's got two ultimate substances.
Who's that?
Just me, Jeff. I hope I didn't wake you.
Where you going?
Just open the window. Why, this room's smoky.
What's that?
Why, nothing, dear. Just a car backfiring.
What are you giving me? Those are gunshots. That must be Scalise's mob.
Scalise's mob? Oh, darling, you're having another nightmare. Now get right back in bed. The doctor said...
Come here, you.
Oh, please, you're twisting my wrist.
Who sent you here?
Oh, darling, you're hysterical. I'll call the doctor.
Don't touch that phone.
Oh, please let me go.
I will when I get good and ready. Say, you're not a bad-looking dish. What's your name?
Darling, it's me, Helen. Don't you even recognize me?
I never saw you before in my life. But I'm going to make up for lost time. Come here, baby. Give me a kiss.
Oh, darling. Kiss me again.
Happens every time. Anyway, baby, that'll hold you till I get back.
Get back? Where are you going?
What do you think I am, a sucker? Think I'm going to open up to you so you can tip off the mob and put the finger on me?
But darling, what are you doing?
Come on, get in this closet. Come on.
But you can't... Let me out. Let me out.
Shut up or I'll come in there and slug you. That's better. Now to get out of here. Who's that?
It's I, sir. Walters. Oh, I didn't know you were up. Oh, dear, and I was given orders not to disturb you.
Listen, you mug. I'm Killer Kate. I'm giving orders around here, see?
Very amusing, sir.
Wipe that smile off your kisser.
Oh, but...
Wipe it off.
Oh, you struck me, sir. This leaves me no alternative. I'll leave for Reno in the morning.
What?
I live there, you know.
Shut up. Now listen, you. Where do they keep the scratch around here?
The what, sir?
The scratch, the molar, the money.
The money, sir, why, it's in the safe.
Well, lead me to it.
But, sir, you know where the...
Now leave me to that safe and don't give me no more of your lip.
Yes, sir. This way, sir. There it is, sir, behind the picture.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's that mug in the picture?
But, sir...
Never mind, I can read the nameplate. Jeff Morley, star of stage and screen. What a conceited punk.
Yes, sir.
Now watch the front door. Let me know if he comes in. Now, come on. What's the combination of this safe?
I don't know, sir.
And get out of the way. Out of the way. I can open this tin can with boxing gloves on. There. It's coming. A cinch. Ah, look at those bills. 50s, 100s. What a fall.
But, sir, don't you understand?
Shut up.
It's for the new refrigerator, sir.
I don't care what it's for. Now turn around. Face the wall.
Yes, sir. Sir, what are you going to do with that vase?
I'm going...
Oh.
I guess I should have told him first. Well, that takes care of him. Look out, Scalise. Here comes Killer Kate.
And I got out of the closet, Dr. Elbron, just in time to see Jeff driving away.
How do you like that, Doc? Held up his own house and stole his own car. That's awesome.
Now, Walters.
Yes, Dr. Elbron?
Did Mr. Morley give any indication of where he was going?
No, sir. He was most irrational. He said he was Killer Kate's, and he asked me where we kept the money.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's call the police.
Under no condition will we call the police.
But, Doctor, why not?
Because Jeff thinks he's Killer Kate's. And what does Killer Kate's do to policemen?
He asks them where they want it. In the belly?
Exactly.
Oh, then we've got to find him ourselves. At once. Why, he's liable to hurt somebody.
walk into the Miranda. No, Killer Kate.
Yeah, I'm Killer Cates. The heat's on. I've got to lay low here in Jersey. Then I take over the biggest nightclub in town. What's that name?
The Miranda.
Yeah, the Miranda. That's it. What's this place?
Yes, sir. Park your car.
What's the name of this joint?
The Pelican Club.
Well, I'm looking for the Miranda, the biggest nightclub in Jersey.
Miranda. Never heard of it. This is the biggest nightclub in Jersey.
The Pelican, eh? So they changed the name. Well, they ain't fooling Killer Cates. I'm moving in.
I'll park your car for you.
Oh, no, you don't. See that car where it is. Keep the motor running. Slow. I'm almost out of gas.
Yes.
Were you looking for somebody?
Who are you?
I'm Mario, the head waiter.
Well, I'm Killer Cates, your new boss, see? From now on, you're taking orders from me.
But I don't understand. Mr. Norton didn't mention anything about selling the place.
Norton? Who's Norton?
He's the boss. Hey, cut that out!
I told you I'm the boss. Now get out of my way. Hey, waiter! Waiter, come here.
Yes, sir?
Who's the tomato out there singing?
Peaches Mason, sir. She's the star of the show.
Easy on the eyes, ain't she? Waiter, give me a double bourbon. I'll sit down here.
But, sir, this table...
Shut up and do like I told you.
Yes, sir.
Mario.
Yes, Miss Mason?
Who's that tourist at Mr. Norton's table?
I don't know. He called himself Killer Cates. He said that from now on, he was the boss.
Oh, the loud jerk. He almost ruined my number. Why don't you throw him out?
You know, Mr. Norton don't like any rough stuff when the place is full of customers.
Hey, waiter! Bring a double bourbon before I tear this joint apart.
Hey, you. What's the big idea?
Peaches Mason, eh? I like that name. Sit down, baby. I want to talk to you.
Listen, mister. This is Joe Norton's table, and if you know what's good
Sit
for
down.
you... I never joined the
I
guest.
said sit down.
All right. Keep your voice down. Everybody's staring at us.
So what? Let me give you a tip, sister. Keep your nose clean.
What?
Don't play dumb. You know what happened to Spangler, don't you? At the bottom of the river with his feet in a barrel of cement.
Cement?
Hard to get nowadays, but I got connections. You know, baby, I like the way
Your double bourbon, sir.
Set it right down here. Well, baby, here's to you.
Boy, that's good.
Well, ain't you going to drink the rest of it?
Nah. I always save a little to fill my lighter. Now, listen, baby. I like your looks. See? I like the way you stack up.
You're wasting your time, big boy, because I'm Joe Norton's girl.
Norton is through, washed up. I'm going to wrap up this town, put it in my back pocket. Baby, you just stick with me. You'll have a butler, 3 cars, and a sealskin coat. Now, all you got to do is...
Excuse me, Mr. Mason, but Mr. Norton would like to see this gentleman in his office.
Ah, so Norton knows I mean business, eh? Lead the way, punk.
Punk!
You heard me. Get going. So Norton's worried, eh? Well, they all worry when a killer moves in. A Pelican Club. I think I'll change that name. I don't like it. I don't like a lot of things around here. I don't even like...
This is it.
Come in.
Mr. Norton, I'd like you to meet the new boss. The gentleman I was telling you about. Mr. Cates.
Well, step right in, Mr. Cates. That's all, Mario, and close the door after you.
Yes, sir.
You're Norton, eh? Who are these 2 mugs?
Oh, excuse me. Allow me to introduce my 2 assistants, Lefty Ryan and Steve Kapouris.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Such as unfatal privilege. Mr. Cates, I want to apologize for asking you to come all the way back here, but you see, we don't like to throw anybody out the front door. It gives the place a bad name. All right, Lefty, throw this bum out in the alley.
This isn't Peter the bridge.
Take your hands off of me.
Come on, yo.
Anybody else feel like throwing me out?
Oh, what's up, guy, huh?
Wait a minute, Steve. All right, Kate, the back door's right behind you. Now get out.
That gun don't scare me, Norton. I'm going to walk over there and take it away from you.
Stay where you are. I'm warning you.
You can't pull the trigger, Norton. You ain't got the guts.
I'm telling you for the last time. One more step and I'll shoot.
Go ahead. I'm the man who couldn't be killed. Give me that gun. I got it, Norton. And Killer Cates ain't afraid to use it.
Killer Cates? That name sounds familiar.
You're darn right it's familiar. You know something, Norton? I think I'm going to like this new office. Hey, it's a nice-looking safe you got there. Okay, Norton, open it.
But I
said open it.
All right. Don't hit me again. I'll do it. There. It's open.
Well, come on. Hand over the money. Hey, you. Come here and put this dough in the satchel. And be quick about it.
Is it all right, boss?
I'm the boss around here.
Nobody tells you, Steve.
Okay.
Well, that's all the money I got.
Yeah? What about that $10?
Yeah, but get it out. There's nothing in it. Just a bunch of canceled checks.
Well, get it out. I'm taking everything.
All right. There.
Thanks. Now get down on your knees, Norton, and start praying.
Killer, please, don't shoot. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'll do anything you say. Only please don't kill me. Give me a break, will you?
You didn't give me a break, did you? When you sent me up to the big house to rot in a lousy cell? You weren't satisfied to take over my racket. You even had to steal my dame.
Me? But Killer, I didn't do any of those things. You got me mixed up with some other guy. You gotta believe me, Killer. I swear it wasn't
Where
me.
do you want it, Norton? In the belly or the back?
No, Killer, no, please. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't take your business. I opened this place myself 6 months ago. On a GI loan.
Now, wait a minute.
And it's for Peaches. Peaches, I didn't know she was your girl.
That's right, Killer. He's telling the truth.
Hey, there's something fishy around this.
No, Killer, please. Give me a chance. I'll get out of town. I'll do anything.
All right, Norton. Okay, but I'm warning you. You come back, you get the same thing that happened to Spangler. He's at the bottom of the river with his feet in a barrel of cement.
Cement?
Yeah, I got connections. Okay, Norton, now blow.
Yeah, thanks, Killer. I'll grab the next train. I won't come back, Killer. Honest, I won't.
Well, see that you don't. Now you, Steve, pick up that satchel and come with me.
Oh, okay, Killer. You're the boss. Hey, Killer, slow down, will you? You're doing 80 miles an hour.
Don't worry, Steve. Open a grab bag. Count the dough we took from Norton.
Oh, okay, boss. It's all in $1,000 packages. There's 10 of them here.
Okay, take 5 for yourself.
5 G's for me?
Sure. Killer Cates always splits 50-50 with the guys that work for him.
Yeah, but I wasn't working for you then.
Yeah, now, ain't you?
Hey, I'll say I am. 5 G's. Oh, boy, am I happy. Where's me harmonica?
Put that away. I don't want no trouble with Petrillo. Put it away.
Gosh, 5 G's. Wait till I tell the boys about this.
The boys?
The rest of Norton's mob. They'll all want to wait for you now.
Okay, well, get them together. Have them bring their artillery. I'm going to take over this town, and I'm going to start tonight.
Two tangible symbols of our legislative branch of government are the Senate gavel and the mace of the House of Representatives. Perhaps the most revered article in the Senate chambers is the ivory gavel. Tradition has it that the gavel was used by the nation's first Vice President, John Adams, in 1789, during the first session of the Senate in New York City. During a late-night session of the 83rd Congress, the gavel began to disintegrate beyond repair under its normal use. So a more functional one replaced the original ivory piece. Over in the House is the mace, the only visible symbol of governmental authority in the United States other than the flag itself. It was adopted by the House during the first Congress in 1789, and the original was destroyed in the Capitol fire of 1814. For 27 years, a copy of the mace was used. Then New York's best silversmith fashioned an exact replica of the original, and it still stands today, reminding the representatives of their power for the people.
Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
After the play, we'll invite Jack Benny to step out of his role as Killer Cates and join us for a brief chat with tonight's stars. Here they are in Act 3. Jack Benny as Jeff Morley and Gail Patrick as Helen. For hours now, Helen and Dr. Elbron have searched in vain for Jeff. Back at home, they find Al Brady waiting for them, wildly flourishing a newspaper.
Helen, Doc, have you read the papers?
The papers? No, Al, what do they say?
Listen to this. Daring thugs menace Daleville, New Jersey. Reign of terror grips city. According to one of the victims, David Franklin, gas station owner, he had just locked up for the night when 4 thugs broke in and demanded that he hand over all the money in his cash register. When Franklin resisted, the leader of the thugs threatened him with the same thing that happened to Spangler, asserting that Spangler was at the bottom of the river with his feet continued on page 2. With his feet in a barrel of cement. The victim also mentioned that the killer mumbled something about bumping off 11 people so he could be first in line for a new refrigerator.
Spangler with his feet in cement. Well, that dialogue's right out of the play.
Sure. That's Jeff, all right. He really believes he's Killer Cates.
Oh, we got to stop him before he does any more damage. Oh, poor Jeff.
Come on, we'll use my car. It's only an hour's drive to Daleville. Gosh, Jeff must have made a pile of dough with those gangsters.
I hope nothing happens to my husband.
Hope nothing happens to my 10%.
Killer, how do you like the house?
Not bad, Steve. Think we'll spend a little lettuce and fix it up. Put bulletproof glass in the windows, get some steel shutters and doors, and we'll have the classiest joint on the south side.
Wouldn't Norton be burned up if he knew we was using his summer house for a hideaway?
Well, I sure gotta hand it to you, Killer. You certainly get action in a hurry. First you take over Norton's club, then his gang, and now you've even got his house.
Yeah. You left out something else, Peaches.
Yeah? What's that?
I got his girl, too. Come here, baby. Let the killer take off some of that lipstick.
Oh. Killer, you're terrific.
And there's more where that came from. Now, look, baby. Nobody knows you're true in with us, see? So you're running the case to club. Give it a once-over. I want to make sure that Mario's keeping his nose clean.
Okay, Killer.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What's this tin box here?
Well, that's the thing we took from Norton's safe, Killer. You know, he said it was just canceled checks.
Well, let's have a look here. That check's all right. Pay to the order of John Graham, $5,000. Signed Joe Norton. Pay to John Graham, $2,500. John Graham, $3,000. Say, who is this mug, John Graham?
Oh, he's the mayor. Norton was paying him off.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, then this is the best haul yet. Give me an envelope.
What are you going to do, boss?
I'm going to send these checks to the district attorney.
What?
Sure. When the DA gets these checks, you go right after the mayor. The politicians will start fighting among themselves. The cops won't know which way to turn. I can put this town in my back pocket. Here, mail this, Peaches.
Oh, gee, Killer. Oh, you think of everything.
Yeah. I just thought of something else. Before you go, let me take off some more of that lipstick. Thanks. I like the taste of that. You keep putting it on, and I'll keep taking it off. Come on, let's do it again.
I'm telling you, Graham, I'm on the spot. You got to get me off. You can do it. You're the mayor.
I'm sorry, Norton. Election's only 2 weeks away. I have my own troubles, not to mention the gambling chip.
You're going to have a lot more trouble if this Killer Kate stays on the loose. I'm supposed to be out of town right now. I'm liable to be bumped off any minute.
We all have to take a bath sometime, Joe. Maybe it's your turn to be washed up.
Oh, yeah? Well, if I go to the cleaners, you're going with me.
What do you mean?
Wouldn't the DA be surprised to find our honest mayor gets 15% of all the take in this town?
And how's he going to find out?
There's a little matter of a few canceled checks that I made out to you. They're going to look very pretty in court.
You wouldn't dare turn in those checks. You're in it as deep as I am.
Killer Cates isn't, and he's got the checks.
What?
You heard me. He stole them out of my safe.
This DA's been gunning for me for 5 years, and if he ever gets his hands on those checks... Can't let the police get hold of them either. I don't trust the commissioner. I think he's honest.
There's only one way to do it, but it's going to cost a few grand. I'll have to put a new mob together and get Killer Cates.
How much will it take?
Oh, about 10 G's.
Very well. Just don't spend any more than you have to. Remember, it's the taxpayers' money.
So if you're smart, Mario, you'll watch your step around this club.
Don't worry about me, Peaches. I don't want my feet in the cement, even if it's Grumman's Chinese. Did you forget what happened to Spangler?
Oh.
Pardon me, but I wonder if you could give us some information. We're looking for a man who calls himself Killer Cates.
What made you think you'd find him here?
Well, we've been to every nightclub in town. You see, we have reason to believe he'd be at one of them.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm his wife.
His what? He never told me he was married.
Well, then you know him. Oh, please, tell me, where is he?
If I find out he's been
Miss, it's vitally important that we find this man immediately.
You see, there are a few things we have to straighten out with him.
Yeah, and I got a few things to straighten out with him myself. Okay, come along, follow me.
Peaches, you're playing with the dynamite.
No, killer, I gotta know where I stand.
Peaches. What a doll. There's nobody in the play like that. Jeff must be ad-libbing. Well, he can't be altogether out of his mind. No, sir.
Who is it?
Me, Peaches.
It's about time you got back.
Yeah. Come on in, Mrs. Cates.
Mrs. Cates? Hey, wait a minute. Who's the company?
Yeah. Who's the twist in the two mugs?
Jeff. Oh, Jeff, it's me, Helen. Don't you even recognize me?
Jeff. Nobody here by that name. Hey, I remember you now. You're Scalise's mouth.
Jeff, snap out of it.
Please, Jeff, it's Helen, your wife, the girl you married. Think back. Remember our honeymoon. Niagara Falls. Those gin rummy games.
Hey, what is this?
What about it, killer? What about that line you was handing me about us getting married? Well, start talking.
Shut up.
I'm not shutting up until I find out where I stand. Oh, you and your sealskin coat.
Button your lip before I let you have it. Ought to do it anyway for bringing these monkeys in here.
Oh, Jeff, please.
Wait a minute, Helen. Let me do the talking. Now, Jeff, you're going to listen to me.
And you're going to listen to this.
Out like a light, killer, you sure pack a mean wallop. What do you want to do with these other phonies?
Throw them out.
Wait a minute, Jeff. Try to concentrate. This is Dr. Elbron talking to you. I'm your friend.
And I'm Helen. Look at me, darling. Look at me.
I am looking at you. You're not bad. Steve.
Yeah, killer?
I changed my mind. Just throw these two mugs out. I'm going to keep the dame.
Oh, no, you don't. I say she goes.
You stay out of it.
Well,
you
you can hold
Wait a minute. You don't have to fight, girl. There's enough of me for both of you.
Well, I
Hey, what's that? Wait a minute.
It's Norton.
He got him off with him.
Norton, eh? I told him to get out of town. He wants action. He came to the right place.
Stay away from that window.
Oh.
Jeff. Oh, Jeff.
They got the killer.
Is he hit bad?
I don't know yet.
Oh, Dr. Elbron, help me take Jeff into the other room.
Hey, Peaches, did you stir Norton's mob over here?
No, I didn't, Steve. Honest, I didn't. Hey, look, you gotta believe me.
And we'll talk about that later. Stay with him, boys. We can't let the killer down.
Here. We're just laying down on the couch. There.
Doctor, Jeff, is he hurt badly?
It's a flesh wound. The bullet grazed his temple.
Oh, look, he's coming too.
Oh, my head.
Jeff, are you all right?
Helen, get a glass of water.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh. What's this? I'm bleeding.
Now, take it easy, Jeff. Take it easy. It's only a scratch. You'll be all right.
Here's the water, Doctor.
Yeah, thanks. Now, take this pill, Jeff. It'll make you feel better.
Helen. Dr. Elbron.
Jeff. Oh, Doctor, he's himself again.
The sudden shock did it. Now, how do you feel now, Jeff?
Gee, I had the most terrible nightmare. I dreamt that I was Killer Cates, and I went to New Jersey. Met a man named Norton. Got mixed up in a gang war. It was awful.
Jeff, it wasn't a dream.
What? No dream?
No, Jeff. You actually did all those things. You were out of your mind.
What's the noise? Well, they're shot.
It's Norton's men. They're shooting at us. Your gang's outside in the other room.
Well, what are we going to do? We'll all be killed. Where's Brady? Get Brady. He always knows what to do.
I'm afraid he can't help us now. He can't help us.
Killer Kate, you knocked him off.
There's only one thing to do, Jeff. You've got to go out there and pretend you're Killer Kate.
Me?
It's our only chance to get out of this mess.
But I can't do it. Look, I'm liable to get killed.
Doctor, we can't send Jeff out there.
But don't you see, if those men find out that Jeff isn't Killer Kate, their fearless leader who got them into this predicament, they'll turn on him in a second.
He's right, Jeff. You have to go through with it.
But what can I do? I'm a coward. I'm not even a brave coward. I mean, I'm afraid.
Get out there and try to call off this gang war. Make peace with Norton. Give him back his gang, his nightclub.
And his girl.
Promise him anything that'll get us out of here alive.
Can you do it, Jeff?
Well, sure I can. I'm an actor. I'll give them the best performance they've ever seen. Give me that gun. Now, I'm Killer Kate, see? The man who couldn't be killed. From now on, I'm giving orders around here, see? How'd you like that?
Oh, that's fine, Jeff. But you better use 2 guns. Your hand was on your hip again.
Now, go on out there, Jeff.
And, darling, please be careful.
Look, the killer is fire! We thought he was done. Now we'll show Norton who's boss.
Yeah, give it to him. Give it to him. We'll wipe out every one of them.
What's in the house?
Stop him, boy. Stop him. Don't let him in. For my sake, boys, you got to protect the old killer. Save me.
There's something wrong with the killer, is there?
Yeah, not less than the last half hour as he mentioned what happened to Spangler.
Don't stand there gossiping. Shoot back.
All right, nobody move. We got you covered.
Oh, okay. You win, Norton.
Drop your gun. Well, you're not so tough now, are you, killer?
Look, Mr. Norton. There's been a great mistake. I'm not really a killer at all. I'm an actor.
What are you trying to pull?
That's right, Mr. Norton. I can prove it. I'm his wife.
And I'm his doctor. I can certify this man was suffering from schizophrenia and not accountable for his actions.
Yeah, that's it. My name is really schizophrenia. I mean, Jeff Kitty. I mean, Kitty Morley. I mean, look, how could I be a killer? It's only a joke. But please, believe me.
You can't talk your way out of this. Hey, what's this? Hiding behind a couch, huh? Come on out, Peaches.
Joe, you gotta listen to me. I was for you all the time.
Shut up, you little double-crosser. I'll take care of you later.
Please, Mr. Norton. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you anything if you'll only let me out of here. Believe me, I'm not Killer Kate.
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Now, where are those canceled checks you stole from my safe?
Checks? I don't remember any checks, sir.
He's lying, Joe. I know where they are. The killer mailed them to the DA this afternoon.
Then they've been already picked up. They must be in the post office by now.
What do we do now, Joe?
We got to get those checks before they reach the DA. We're going to crack the post office.
The post office? But, Joe, that's federal stuff. We don't want to fool around with that federal stuff.
Don't worry, we're not going to do it. Hey, you.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. You're going to crack the post office.
No. Helen, doctor, don't let him take me. Ouch.
I'm doing the slapping now. Let me take these people downstairs, lock them in the cellar.
Come on, everybody, get moving.
Hey, what about me, Joe? You're going to take me with you, ain't you?
No, Peaches, you and me, we're through. Now, come on, killer. You're going to crack the post office and get those canceled checks.
I won't do it. I won't, I tell you. Now, put down that gun.
What's the matter, killer? Are you yellow?
No, I'm not yellow.
Then why are you shivering?
It's that darn cold strike. Isn't it awful? You know, personally, I think...
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Come on, boys, let's go. Goodbye, Peaches.
Oh, he thinks he's through with me, huh? We'll see about that. I'm going to kill 2 birds with 1 phone call. Hello? Operator, get me the police department. Push me around, will they? Hello. Look, I'm giving you a tip. Killer Cates and Joan Norton are on their way downtown to hold up the post office. What? Oh, never mind who this is. Just a very dear friend of theirs.
How long has he been in the post office, Steve?
15 minutes. Long enough to get those canceled checks.
Come on, boys. We're going in and get him. All right, killer. Your time is up.
Wait a minute, Norton. I've been looking all through these mail bags. I can't find the canceled checks. Honest, I can't.
Where do you want it, killer? In the belly or in the back?
In the belly. In the back. I mean, anywhere. I've pictures in both places. Honest, I couldn't find the checks.
What's that you got in your hand?
Oh, just some old letters I found.
Let me see them. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
I can't stand him either. Honest, I can't.
All right, killer, this is your last chance.
It's a frame!
Have your guns, you haven't got a chance.
Okay, don't shoot. You got it.
Round him up, men. Norton, Where's Killer Cates? There he is, on the floor.
Looks like we got him, Chief.
Yep, that's Killer Cates, all right. And he's supposed to be a tough guy.
What do you mean, Chief? Isn't he dead?
Dead nothing, he fainted.
Anyway, Helen, as soon as the shooting started, I pretended I was hit and dropped to the floor.
The chief of police said you fainted.
I was only acting.
Well, your acting was so good, it took them 4 hours to bring you to.
Well, I might have overacted a little, you know.
Jeff, are you sure you're well enough to do the show tonight?
Never felt better in my life, Doctor. You know, somehow I'm looking forward to playing Killer Cates again. I guess it's because I feel that now I've actually lived the part.
Jeff, I'll never forget the way you kissed me when you thought you were Killer Cates.
Then let's refresh your memory, Helen. You mean like that?
Well, no. But I'd rather have you this way. Jeff, I'm so glad nothing happened to you because...
What, Helen?
Well... Doctor, you tell me.
Doctor? Doctor, what is it?
While you were gone, they delivered the new refrigerator.
Oh, goody! Come on, let's make some ice cream.
Our stars will return to their curtain calls in a moment.
No espionage system would ever send a message unless it were in code. Yet it has been said that no code has ever been devised that cannot be broken, despite the fact that codes become more sophisticated each day. A code is useless, however, without information. Therefore, agents try to find technical flaws in the security system to be penetrated, and they try even harder to take advantage of human weaknesses. The outcome of wars and the course of world history has been changed because people who should have known better were careless.
Back to Mr. Keeley and our stars.
It's time for our stars to take a bow.
I'm right here, Bill.
Jack, please, let me finish.
Oh.
It's curtain call time, and here are the stars who gave us such a thrilling evening of suspense and drama. Jack Benny and Gail Patrick. You know, Jack, now that it's over, I can honestly say you gave us a superb example of dramatic acting. Really brilliant.
Well, thanks, Bill. I guess there's no room for argument there.
Jack, may I say something, too?
Certainly, Gail. What is it?
You ought to play more romantic roles in pictures.
Me? Romantic roles?
Sure, Jack. When you kissed me, it was wonderful.
Really?
When it comes to kissing, you could teach a lot to Robert Taylor and Clark Gable, Tyrone Power.
I know, but I feel so silly kissing them. Oh, say, Bill, as long as you like my work so much, I've got another great script, a magnificent dramatic piece for next week.
But, Jack, we've already got a play in cast for next week.
Well, maybe you could postpone them and use my play instead. It's another great thriller. I play another fellow who's cold, calculating, ruthless.
Ruthless?
Ruthless. I always make that same mistake. But how about my play, Bill? What about the week after next?
You have that set, too, haven't you, Bill?
That's right.
Well, how about the week after that?
Jack, I'm afraid we're all booked up for the third week, too.
Well, look, Bill, will you call me any time in the next few months? I'll be waiting to hear from you.
Sure, Jack. Do I have your number?
You don't need my number. I'll be waiting in the wings.
Okay, Jack. And for tonight, at least, our most sincere thanks. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Bill. Oh, Bill, by the way, I don't like to bring this up, but every little bit helps, so... Well, you know, haven't I got something coming to me for tonight's performance?
Oh, yes, Jack. Where do you want it, in the abdomen or in the back?
In the side pocket. Good night, Bill.
Good night, Jack and Jane. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening. This is Ronald Colman.
Anita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
Now, the halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. You know, many a man takes his wife a box of candy or a bunch of flowers on occasion, but the occasion is usually a birthday or an anniversary. It's a rare husband indeed who takes his wife a bunch of violets simply because it's spring and there are flowers for sale on the street corners and he happens to be fond of her. But that's how it is with Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, as he enters his own front door at number 1 Faculty Row.
Vicky, where are you? Your chicken has come home to roost.
Welcome home, chicken. Put your face down here as you'd like a small hen peck.
Thank you, darling. And if I may take this occasion to make cynics of the comic strip artists, the wearier novelists, and domestic relation clinics, I would like to state that I, William T. Hall, being of sound mind, even after many years of marriage, do hereby depose and declare that I still love you very much, implementing this declaration with this bunch of violets.
Why, Dottie, how lovely.
They do not quite match your eyes, my dear, but we must be patient with nature. This is her busy season.
Yeah. Would you put all that in writing if I get you about 12 sheets of paper? Oh, I love violets. And such a large bunch, too.
Well, I was playing safe. I thought they might be the shrinking type.
This is your birthday. I mean, did you bring me violets to celebrate some occasion?
Yes.
What did I forget?
Oh, don't chide yourself, my love. The only occasion I'm celebrating is our marriage.
Yeah, but this isn't our wedding anniversary.
I know that, but can't I celebrate it whenever I want to, just because I view the matter with pleasure?
Well, did you have a good day? How did your conference with Mr. Wellman go?
Darling, one does not have conferences with Mr. Wellman. One listens.
Oh.
Conferring with Clarence is equivalent to discussing balanced diets with a hungry tiger. You can't win. Has anyone called?
Yes. A man named Follinsby called and wanted to know when you were going to return his trombone.
Follinsby? Trombone?
Don't worry about it. He had the wrong number. The cleaner called after that, and he said there was a tiny moth hole in the elbow of your grey suit, and should he reweave it? So I said, please do. Oh, Toddy, I'm afraid I don't take very good care of you. Moth holes in your suits. It's shameful, really.
My dear woman, in the first place, that suit is at least 7 years old and should only be worn to riots, dogfights, and balloon ascensions. Secondly, I don't expect you to spend your waking hours hiding in closets with a cat pistol, frightening off marauding Lepidoptera. Thirdly, you take excellent care of me.
Oh, then you don't think our marriage is a failure. Signed, Anxious.
Dear Anxious, no, I do not. Signed, Aunt Beatrice. Now then, who else called?
Oh, Professor Gardner and Dr. Otis. Well, that is, Dr. Otis called for both of them. She said they'd like to come and see you on a rather serious matter.
Oh?
I said about 4 o'clock would be safe.
Well, it's almost 4 now. I wonder what's troubling them.
Yeah, let's see. Now, Otis is anthropology, and what is Gardner?
Paleontology.
Oh, yes. Study of geologic periods based mostly on fossils. And I wonder if they ever studied Mr. Wellman.
Mr. Wellman is a unique specimen, a modern fossil. He can take more time
Louisa,
to work out...
I imagine that's Professor Gardner and Dr. Otis.
You know them, of course, don't you, Vicky?
They're very nice.
They're two of my favorite... good afternoon, Dr. Otis.
Dr. Hall.
Professor Gardner. Nice to see you. I think you've met my wife.
Hello. Certainly we have, Mrs. Hall. We apologize for breaking in on you like this, Dr. Hall.
Oh, no. Anyway, my husband has a clause in his contract which says the president shall be available at all times to the more interesting and attractive members of the faculty.
Do I understand that something serious is troubling you?
Yes, Dr. Hall.
We've got something on our conscience we'd like to unload and take whatever consequences we deserve.
Well, this sounds as though it needs more privacy than you would have with me present, so I'll go get my cat pistol and frighten some moths.
Oh, no, please. Don't go, Mrs. Hall. The students value your help and advice so much, I don't see why the faculty can't benefit from it, too.
Yes, please stay.
Well, thank you.
Well, now that we have a quorum, which of you is the spokesman for the delegation?
You tell them, dear.
Uh-oh. Dear?
Yes, Mrs. Hall. We're married.
Oh.
Yes, we've been married 2 weeks.
Well, that's wonderful.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. But Dr. Hall, it's against the rules. We have violated the regulations. We're living in what you might call academic sin.
It was fun at first with no one knowing it, but...
Then we realized we were being unfair and unethical, and it played on our minds, and so we decided to come and tell you.
Oh, I appreciate that. And while matrimony as such is approved by most civilized people, in your case, I'm afraid our esteemed Board of Governors will consider it a serious breach of regulations.
Will somebody please tell me what's going on here? Who's the Board of Governors to tell people they can't get married? Tell them to go boil a buffalo.
Victoria, my love, your righteous indignation is quite natural, and I share it. But, as with most regulations governing the operation of this college, however idiotic they may seem at first glance, the rule against intra-faculty marriages has a realistic basis.
Yes, you see, Mrs. Hall, it's not that they're against marriage, but they oppose more than one member of a family being on the faculty at the same time.
So getting married and keeping it a secret for 2 weeks is a pretty serious infraction.
Oh, well, I think you came to the right place. This is the sort of thing my husband loves to find solutions to. He knows more answers than there are questions.
Oh, I'm sure you will understand my wife's belief in my omnipotence. Many a man has become a success merely by trying to live up to his reputation, however hollow it might be.
Well, your reputation may not be for omnipotence, Dr. Hall, but it certainly isn't hollow. As Emerson, I think, said, an institution is the lengthened shadow of one man.
And you cast a pretty respectable shadow, Doctor. Although I realize that flattery will get us nowhere in this situation. Well, we're in a bad spot, and we thought you ought to know.
Now, look, maybe I'm not very bright, but why was such a silly rule as this ever passed?
It's a matter of economic status, my love. Each faculty salary is adjusted with surgical precision to the rank of the individual. Thus, it is impossible for an instructor to make more than an assistant professor, or an assistant professor to make more than an associate professor, or an associate professor more than a full professor, and so on ad presidentem. Follow me.
Well, yes, I'm following you, but I'm running like mad to keep up.
Hypothetically, let us say that the two faculty members get married.
Meet Mr. and Mrs. Hypothesis.
As a result of this marriage, the family unit represented by this couple might have an income superior to that of, let us say, the dean of men. With a professionally inferior status and a financially superior one, resentments arise, protocol lies bleeding, and, according to the Board of Governors, Ivy College totters and crumbles into ruin.
Well, maybe I'm being just hopeful, Dr. Hall, but you sound as though you don't agree.
I believe in laws and regulations, but they are subject to reconsideration. And I've made frequent attempts to remove the one under discussion.
Mrs. Gardner tells me that it's one of Mr. Wellman's favorite rules.
Oh, come on now. You've been married her for 2 weeks. You can call her Lucy.
Thank you, Mrs. Hall. You see, if the rule is enforced against us, John can't very well stay at home while I go on teaching. Even though he loves cooking and can sew on a button as well as the next, I don't think Mr. Wellman would like that either.
I'm afraid you're right. And if you stayed home, Dr. Otis...
Well, I'd be giving up years of work in my field and a book that needs finishing. I don't want to find a job at another school because, well, it may be just a foolish whim, but I just don't want to be separated from John or from Ivy.
Oh, and Ivy doesn't want to be separated from either of you.
Well, we'd like to try to keep it a secret for a while longer, but I don't think we'd succeed. In our present mood, we just want to tell the whole world about it. And when you're in that mood... marriage, like murder, will out.
Cardiff, from all the symptoms, I would say we're witnessing the onset of an acute form of successful marriage. Now, as old practitioners, we have a duty to perform.
Most emphatically.
Then will you take on our case, Dr. Hall?
Well...
Oh, we'd appreciate it very much. Having deceived you for a couple of weeks, we don't come into court with very clean hands, but we have great faith in the judge.
Well, I'll do my best to act off the record in the case of Wellman versus Cupid.
Oh, thank you,
That's very
Dr.
kind
Hall.
of you, Dr. Hall.
However, I must warn you that never has that young miscreant with a bow and arrow had a more flint-hearted target. But don't give up hope. As Shakespeare almost said, this bud of love by Wellman's ripening breath may prove a beauteous flower when next we meet.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, we find Dr. Hall and his wife Victoria at breakfast the next morning.
Another piece of toast, Toddy? Marmalade on your eggs or just cream and sugar?
Yes. Thank you.
Won't you try one of these boiled curriculums? They're matriculated in deep fat and served as chopped umbrella handles.
No, thank you, dear. I don't believe I... chopped what?
Umbrella handles are all out of peanut brittle.
Umbrella... Oh, I'm sorry, Vicky. Take me gently by the hand and lead me back to the conversational crossroads where we lost each other.
Oh, well, it's all right, darling. It's nice to know you're here physically, even if mentally you're having breakfast somewhere else.
I admit to being absent without leave, but it wasn't for breakfast. I was thinking of Professor and Mrs. Gardner.
And what is Ivy's own Beatrice Fairfax going to do about them?
I have sent for Mr. Wellman.
Oh, it's very saucy of you. A mere president of a college sending for a chairman of the board of governors. Why, it's like a used car dealer sending for General Motors.
Well, darling, Mr. Wellman is not, to coin a phrase, unsendable for. After all, he's only the chairman of the board of governors. And, by one definition, a governor is a mechanical attachment for controlling speed. Thus, Mr. Wellman is a device for retarding the advancement of whatever he may be mechanically attached to. Therefore...
There seems to be attached to the doorbell right now.
Yes.
Never mind, Miss Hayes. I know my own way in. Dr. Hall, I received a message that you wish to see me. I'm not in the habit of being summoned, you know.
We shall all be summoned one of these days. Good morning. Will you have a cup of coffee?
No, thank you. Good morning. And I shall be ready, Mrs. Hall. When I'm summoned, I mean. Well, Dr. Hall?
Oh, I hope I shall be ready, too, Mr. Hall. Yes, indeed.
Well, anyway, it must be something very urgent for you to send for me for. That is, otherwise, why would you?
Mr. Wellman, I wanted to consult you on a rather delicate matter.
Well, that's different. Glad to be of help. After all, I am a man of considerable experience, and any time anything that requires delicate handling is something of which... What have you gotten yourself into now?
I am only indirectly involved, Mr. Wellman, and perhaps you are also.
Me? Involved? Nonsense. It's just gossip. It was perfectly innocent. I mean, there's no basis for scandal just because a man... After all, it was raining. And I only drove her 2 blocks. And good heavens, if a man in my official position can't give the dean of women... What is it you're talking about,
Professor John Gardner and Dr. Otis, Mr. Wellman.
Remember them?
Well, certainly. Don't you think I know the members of our own faculty? Fine young people. Credit to Ivy. Wish we had more like them.
Well, in a year or two, you might get your wish, speaking by...
You'll be pleased to hear that they're married, Mr. Wellman.
Why, yes, of course. Like to hear about such things. Nothing like marriage to bring people together, I always say. Wait a minute. 2 of our faculty members married to each other?
Yes, they confided in us yesterday. They seem to be very happy. But you don't, Mr. Wellman.
Of course I'm not happy. Well, they can't do this. It's against the law, the regulations of this college. It's distinctly stated. Stated quite plainly. 2 members of a faculty family cannot be gainfully employed. Why, Dr. Hall, I shall demand this marriage be annulled. Or something.
Well, I think the or something is to be preferred to annulment, Mr. Wellman. Our bylaws are well established, but matrimony is a much older institution. However, Mr. and Mrs. Gardner are valuable members of the faculty. Don't you think that in view of the circumstances, the ruling of the board should be set aside?
Impossible. It's the policy of our cornerstone. I mean, the cornerstone of the very foundations of our... This ruling was formulated, Dr. Hall, in order that... And for anyone to suggest that we throw away our rule book just to accommodate a couple of newlyweds is simply... No, Dr. Hall, no.
Mr. Wellman, now don't you understand what it means to these two people?
They should have thought of that before they... No! Why, to defy this ruling is flying in the teeth of Providence. And before you know it, some faculty family might have a combined income of maybe more than a member of the board, for example.
Well, considering the present state of teachers' salaries, Mr. Wellman, it's not likely to happen in the foreseeable future. I assure you, as president of this college, I am frequently embarrassed when I check our salary list.
Yeah, the head of a department makes less money per annum than a second-rate prize fighter or a minor league shortstop.
Yes. Sometimes seems that earning is a matter of getting the L out of learning.
Nevertheless, Dr. Hall, we cannot compromise with a ruling that is basically... These people were familiar with the law, and if they chose to ignore it, I'm afraid they must take the consequences. What time is it? Oh, my goodness, I've got a meeting of the Finance Committee in 10 minutes, and they're in a very bearish mood, Dr. Hall. Very bearish.
Well, as chairman of the board, Mr. Wellman, I'm sure you can tame the bears.
Yeah, he can do better than that. He can make the whole thing unbearable.
Unbearable. Yeah, that's very good, Mrs. Hall. Wait a minute. What did you mean I can make things unbearable? Was that a disparaging remark?
Oh, no, just animal spirits, Mr. Wellman.
Oh, yes, I see. Animal spirits. Bears. I think I've been insulted. And I'll have to think it over. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Hall. I can find my own way.
Goodbye, Mr. Wellman.
Well, Toddy, it looks like you and Cupid have lost the first decision. Do you take the case on appeal?
Well, I shall at least prepare a new brief. Legal battles are a little out of my province, darling, but I'll do my best as an attorney. As Dr. Johnson said of a woman's preaching, it is like a dog walking on his hind legs. It is not done well, but you are surprised to find it done at all.
Dr. Hall? Oh, Dr. Hall?
Oh, why, Dr. Otis, how are you?
A little anxious. John and I were wondering how our case is going.
Well, having failed in the initial direct attack on our chairman, I am preparing an enveloping movement. It's an elaborate maneuver in which you slip around the side, find the chink in the armor, lower your visor, raise the halberd, and let the old boy have it in the neck. Smite him hip and thyroid.
Where is his particular chink, Dr. Hall?
Well, after years of experience, I have found that it is located between his flashing sword of economy and his brassy breastplate of pride in ivy. And there is a shaft speeding directly toward that point. Yes, dear.
The Lord High Executioner and Protector of the realm awaits your presence in the living room.
Clarence?
Yeah.
I didn't expect such quick results. What's his mood?
But I'm not sure, but you'd better get ready to talk turkey.
I'll match him drumstick for drumstick.
I'll just hang around. Maybe I can pick up enough flying feathers for a new duster.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wellman.
Dr. Hall, I've been waiting here for a good 15 minutes. I mean, a bad 15 minutes. And I have no time for any explanations.
Oh, I shan't ask you for any, Mr. Wellman.
Good. Well, but perhaps you can explain this.
Oh?
The memo you sent me, adding $5,000 to the estimate of the faculty payroll for the next year.
Yes, of course. Well, since Professor Gardner and Dr. Otis are married, they cannot both be on our faculty next year. Regulations, you know.
Your regulations, I believe, Mr. Wellman.
It certainly is. Worked it out very carefully, word for word.
Of course, the Gardeners would both prefer to stay at Ivy, Mr. Wellman, but they're reluctantly considering employment elsewhere. So, I've made some preliminary investigations for teachers to take their place.
Oh, good. That's fine.
You will agree, I'm sure, that upholding the principle of your own regulation should be well worth the extra $5,000 it will cost for immediate replacements.
You mean to say, there, Stan, that... Are you trying to tell me that we have to pay an extra $5,000? Well, if that's how it is, that's how it is. All right, pay the extra $5,000. After all, the principle of the thing is what counts.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Wellman.
Thank you.
But it's too bad Ivy has to lose the prestige of publishing the 2 books Professor Gardner and Dr. Otis are preparing.
Books? What books? Why didn't somebody tell me about this? Why am I so ignorant of these matters? Publication of a book by an Ivy professor is very important.
Oh, yes. And it would have been nice to publish them under the imprimatur of the Ivy University Press. Ah, well, Ivy's loss is some other college's gain. And I don't suppose it matters too much who publishes a work, as long as it's a contribution to learning.
It most certainly does.
I also understand that Bradford College is anxious to add Gardner and Otis to the basketball and track trophies they took from us last year.
Never. I won't allow it. Do you hear me? Leaving Ivy. Why? Can you give me one good reason, Dr. Hall?
Why, Mr. Wellman, you know the rule on faculty marriages.
Dr. Hall.
Yes, Mr. Wellman?
I shall expect you to support me at the next meeting of the board when I move that we strike this regulation from the book.
Oh, well, I don't know, Mr. Wellman. Let's not be too hasty now. You spent a great deal of time and thought in formulating the rule, and to discard it without due consideration would be...
Due consideration, my grandmother. The ruling is ridiculous. After all, a man can change his mind, can he? You know the old saying, foolish consistency is the something or other.
A foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds.
Oh, I wouldn't say that about Mr. Wellman, dear. I think it would be better to say that circumstances alter cases.
Thank you, Mrs. Hall.
However, if you think it wise to repeal the regulation, Mr. Wellman, you may count on my support.
Wise, Dr. Hall? Lose 2 books, Ivy Publications, just because of a silly bylaw? I'll call a meeting, send out letters, call people.
Hold that bar, lift that bell.
Absolutely. Well, goodbye, Dr. Hall.
Goodbye, Mr. Wellman.
Old man Wellman, he just keeps rolling along. Well, it seems we've just destroyed one of the foundations of this college.
You know, Mr. Wellman is now completely convinced that if you hadn't been so stubborn, that rule would have been repealed long ago.
I know. I am the hidden catalyst in the chemistry of Clarence Wellman.
Well, there's one nice thing about being a capitalist. They always have money.
I said catalysts, my darling, not capitalists.
You know, I thought a catalyst was a cowboy.
Well, as long as you think so, I'll start rounding up the Gardeners and tell them the good news.
Oh, yes, do, Tolly, and bring them here. I want them to know that it wasn't Cupid who did it after all, but you.
Yes, Vicky, with my administrative bow and arrow, I shot Sparrow Wellman.
Well, it just goes to show, doesn't it, that everything turns out for the best if you know the right people.
Oh, my darling, that's a very cynical attitude. Although I must say that some of my favorite characters were cynics. As Duke Gerald of Tuscany said to Martin of Portugal, the meek shall inherit the earth, but only when the bold pass on. For it is the strong and the determined who administer this world's affairs, mostly for gold and glory. But should by mere accident a trifle of good accrue to their stewardship, they become history's darlings and are hailed as lovers of mankind.
Surround us here today.
This production of The Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
We be far, far
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
That makes life seem worthwhile. Dwells in your eyes and the smell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Bent Orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing I'm Looking Over a Four-Leaf Clover.
I'm looking over a four-leaf clover that I bore. One leaf is sunshine, the second is rain, third is the roses that grow in the lane. No need explaining, the one remaining is somebody I adore. Over a four-leaf clover that I overlooked before. One leaf is sunshine, the second is rain, third in the lane, remaining, the one remaining is somebody I adore. I'm looking over a four-leaf clover that I overlooked
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than our Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, as you know, the whole town of Weaverville, there's no one quite like our young hero, Dennis Day. And most of the town is grateful for it. But Dennis can be happy or sad just like the rest of us, and today it's distinctly the latter. It seems that the local radio station is moving to another city, and with it will go all of our hero's favorite programs. Not even his girlfriend Mildred seems able to chase his gloom at this dire news.
You don't understand what this means, Mildred. How can I face the morning without Ma and Pa Peterson, without the story of Myra Wilson or David Driscoll, Boy Powers model?
Well, they're only morning cereals, Dennis.
But they're so real to me. You take Monica Popufnik's Passion at 9:30. Honestly, if that station goes off the air before I find out whether Monica's boyfriend gets his divorce, I don't know what I'll do.
Well, the station will be on the air for another week.
Yeah, but her boyfriend is a Turkish sultan. It may take years before he gets rid of the whole crowd.
Oh, I see.
Gosh, last week he told her he couldn't live without her. And you know something? He nearly didn't. He slashed all his veins, took poison, and jumped off a 10-story building.
Oh, my golly.
Yeah, he was laid up for 3 installments.
Dennis, you're taking this too seriously. Oh, hi, Daddy.
Good morning, children.
Good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Well, what's the matter? Trouble again, Dennis?
Yes, sir. There's an item in this morning's paper that says that WEAZ is going off the air.
WEAZ? No, don't say that.
Oh, do you like to sob your way to work every morning, too?
Well, it isn't that, Dennis. It's something far more important. In fact, it may be a matter of my life or death.
Your death? Oh, now, Mr. Anderson, it couldn't be.
Well, wait till you hear. You see, my wife...
Oh, she's involved. I guess I was wrong.
I'm afraid so. A few years ago, I bought $100 worth of stock in WEAZ without telling Poopsie about it.
You acted without orders from the bridge?
Yes, the salesman told me it was a great opportunity for a fearless man. And I, for a moment, forgot who he was talking to.
Golly. And now when this radio station goes broke, she'll find out you lost the whole 100.
Exactly. Well, farewell, children.
Well, Daddy, you're not going away.
Not far. Only about 6 feet straight down.
Now, wait a minute. There might be a way to keep WEAZ on the air at that.
Huh?
Suppose we got up a petition and had everyone in town sign it, pledging their support to the station. Then the advertisers would be glad to keep their programs going and even buy more.
Say, Mildred, that's wonderful.
And I think it'll work, too. A petition. The very thing.
Then let's get busy. Dennis, you take the south side of town, and I'll take the north. And remember, get those signatures.
Boy, I'll say I will. Do you think I want to miss hearing just plain old Sam being committed to an institution or Mary McCord's children die off slowly one by one? I'm entitled to some happiness out of life.
Yes?
How do you do, madam? I have a petition here. I'd like you to...
What, again? Petitions and polls. Polls and petitions. That's all I get these days. They're coming out of my ears.
But all I want...
I'm in the bathtub. All of a sudden, the telephone rings. What program am I listening to? I'm washing my back, and they want to know who sponsors it.
But, madam,
I get back in the tub, and there it is again. Do I want a Republican in, or do I want a Democrat in? I don't want anybody in. I'm taking a bath.
Yes, but you see,
Every time I get into the tub, the same darn thing. Questions, until I can't see straight. What's a woman going to do?
Cross them up, change the day you bathe.
In the tub. What do I think of business? How would I combat inflation? Who knows from combating inflation?
But I just...
And now you come along to ask me some more questions. What is it this time? Why does my husband drink, I suppose?
Oh, no, ma'am. I can see why he... Wait a minute. I didn't mean it like that.
That'll be enough out of you wise guys. You can take your pole and go climbing.
Yes?
Well, hello there, my little man.
My dear chap, I'm not a man, and I'm most certainly not yours. Let's not be patronizing, shall we?
Oh. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Well, come, fellow. Speak up. What is it?
Well, do you ever listen to the radio?
Oh, I might tune in one of those comedy programs occasionally, like Town Meeting of the Year or Chicago Roundtable.
How about the quiz kids?
Good heavens, no. I can't stand those 3-second pauses while they're thinking.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Well, anyway, there's a move on foot to deprive Weaverville of radio.
Good. I consider most of it unutterable garbage. And now, if you'll excuse me, good day. I'm in the midst of a little experiment in nuclear fission.
Yes, sir. I hope they're biting.
George Simpson.
It's my house. I'll come home anytime I please.
Just try it, that's all.
Yeah, and what'll you do?
You'll see what I'll do. Oh, if I had known what you were like when I married you.
Ah, shut up! What do you want?
Would you be interested in signing a petition?
My mother at the door.
Why would your mother be at the door? She can fly right through the window on her broom.
Say one more crack about my mother, George Simpson, and you'll regret it the rest of your life.
Oh, yeah?
You heard me.
The radio station might close down.
I suppose your mother is a rose. Every time she sticks her big nose in this house, there's trouble.
At least she don't lie around in bed till noon every day like yours.
Oh, is that so?
You're darn right it's so.
Permanently.
My mother cooks a meal for us once in a while, doesn't she?
That's another thing I got against her.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You'd have nothing to listen to.
As far as I'm concerned, you can tell that old battle axe to stay home.
Oh, an old battle axe, is she? Well, I'll show you. Oh, Madam Weaze, not that. Don't throw that.
Ha! Missed me again. Now, what was it you wanted, Bud?
Nothing anymore. That was your radio she just threw at you.
Oh, Dennis, this is wonderful. Over 400 names on your petition. Must have taken you hours.
No, I got them all in a few minutes.
The whole 400?
Sure, it was a cinch once I got to the cemetery.
The cemetery? You mean you copied them off the tombstone?
Why not? I figure if our mayor lets them vote every year, they can sign a petition.
But didn't you get any living people to sign it?
No, that's the one type of person I was unsuccessful with.
Oh, my golly, and I only got 2 names myself. Well, what are we going to do?
Well, your father just told me it's too late to do anything now anyway. All the actors have quit the station. They couldn't go on the air if they wanted to.
All right. Then we'll be actors.
Huh?
We'll work for nothing just so the station can stay on and maybe attract some business.
Us? You and me?
Sure. You're talented. Why, you can talk in dozens of languages. I've heard you.
Yeah, but there's one slight drawback.
What?
I never know what I'm saying.
What of it?
Yeah, who can tell? In radio, that might even help.
Now, listen. I'm going to write a script for it. A playlist. I'll write it so it'll show off those wonderful foreign accents of yours. Mr. Thompson will be so impressed with you, he'll keep his station on the air.
Well, gee, Mildred.
Oh, please, Dennis. Think how badly Daddy will feel if he has to confess to Mother that he lost that $100.
I doubt if he'd feel anything after the first few blows, but... Okay, we'll try it.
Good boy.
Gosh, Mildred, shouldn't we have rehearsed? I haven't even seen the script yet.
Well, there wasn't time, Dennis. Besides, they often do it this way in radio.
Oh, yeah? It does sound like it sometimes, but I don't know.
Come on, we haven't much time. Mr. Thompson?
Yes?
I'm Mildred Anderson. I just phoned you for an appointment. And this is Dennis Day here.
Where? Oh, behind your skirts. Well, what is this all about, Miss Anderson?
Mr. Thompson, we think we can help you. I've written a script and we're going to play it together. I do just one little bit of a character, but Dennis has a dozen foreign language roles.
Yes, but Miss Anderson...
All we want you to do is listen. Now, the first one's French. A scene in Paris. A young man and a girl terribly in love. The girl speaks. Oh, my darling, how wonderful it is to have you back again. To feel the dear nearness of you. To touch your hands, your lips, your eyes. Do you feel the same about me, Pierre? Tell me, my dear one, do you?
Oui.
Now, the next one's in Russia. Thomas,
Commissar Dubrovnik has just been asked to take over the Red Army in Siberia. It will be cold, bitter cold, and the duty will be arduous. Still, it's the Premier himself who has asked him to do it. There's a hush as Commissar Dubrovnik makes his...
Oh, now, really, he should say more than that.
In Russia?
That's right. Now we're in Spain, the court of Queen Isabella. A humble sailor stands before Her Majesty as she asks him to find a new route to the gold of the Indies. Can he do it? She holds her breath as he says,
Si, senor, I think.
Now, see here, this is preposterous.
Oh, wait a minute. I've still got a mashu and a hockey sport and a hakmanish kanchanik.
I don't care to hear them.
Oh, but Mr. Thompson...
Miss Anderson, I'm not interested in actors and plays. All my dramatic shows were sustaining anyway. The only thing that kept me in business here was my disc jockey program.
Your disc jockey program?
Yes. Chuck Stewart and his make-believe bedlam. He had all our sponsors, and he's left us.
Oh, then find another disc jockey.
Where?
How do?
Him? Impossible. Besides, the record library belonged to Chuck Stewart, and he took it with him.
Oh, we have a whole cabinet full of records home. And if you have requests for something or we haven't got, Dennis can imitate him.
Imitate him?
Sure. We'll just use a record without a vocal for background.
You mean he could actually... Oh, but that's ridiculous. Preposterous. Still, No, that's crazy. Why? What harm can it do now? By George, that's true. All right, young man, report to me the first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir. Gee, you sure are putty in your hands, aren't you?
Oh, why did I talk myself into doing this thing anyway? It's just fantastic.
Now, don't worry about a thing, Mr. Thompson. We'll put it across for you, won't we, Mr. Anderson?
Oh, you just bet we will. I've written all the commercials myself, and I know Dennis can handle the music.
Well, I hope so. You're sure you're familiar with the disc jockey type of program?
Naturally. You don't think I do my housework in silence, do you?
Well, if we fail, I'll be the laughing... Oh, my gosh. There goes the light. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Well, very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dennis the Discer bringing you the latest and best in modern recordings as per your request on our make-believe bedlam. We'll be back in a moment with the first batch of requests. But first, here's a few words from Herbie Anderson about the Jiffy Razor, who sponsors the first minute and a quarter of our program.
Friends, is your beard tough, wiry, and bristly? Especially you men. A tender skin is almost always the cause of your shaving difficulty. The Jiffy Razor will remove it instantly. Remember that the next time you buy a razor.
Thank you, Herbert's request. Here is Blaine in Middletown, the Weaverville Hockey Side High, and the Girdled Girls of Moose Rapids and Red Eagle doing Temptation. Haven't got any of them, but here we go anyway.
Here we go. Oh, tell me, will you, darling, why you look so bad tonight? They bags around your eyeballs, which is red instead of white.
That's the way you came. Shucks, I should have known that you were temptation. You smile, leering me on. Mine calls you temptation. It'll be thrilling if you're willing. But if it never can be, then pity for me, cause you for to be kissed. I couldn't resist, cause you was temptation. And I was yours. Here's my heart. You take it away. You take it away and say that we will never, never, never part. I'm just a slave, just a dead burn slave. I'm going with you. I'm a real hot slave. Hot in there. That was swell, Joe. And now, a brief message.
The thrill of a lifetime is coming your way. Humphrey Go-Kart in Blood is Gore at the WEAZ Theater.
When an ex-convict shoots 8 men in cold blood, will the girl he loves lose respect for him?
See bloody score and find out. Filled with pulse-quickening action. Stirring love. Heartwarming laughter. At the bijou soon.
And now, friends, here's a request from Mrs. George Bachman of Middletown. Mrs. Bachman writes, tonight is my 10th wedding anniversary, and I know my husband is just crazy about Nelson Eddy's version of Please Play Jean Sablon singing Je t'aime. We'll be happy to, Mrs.
J'attendrai le jour et la nuit. J'attendrai toujours ton retour. J'attendrai qu'à l'oiseau qui s'enfuit vient chercher l'oubli dans son nid. Le temps passe et que, en battant dans mon cœur, des en
Girls, now you can be shorter than he is. Do you feel tall, gangly, uncomfortable because your boyfriend is shorter than you are? Then buy a pair of Lester shoes today. Lester shoes have the specially built-in electric drill heel. Makes you sink 3 to 4 inches into the pavement with every step. Now you can...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just about one more number. And we have a whole host of requests here for a song called I Don't Care. Eva Tangway made this song famous, but the record is an imitation by Beatrice K. And since we don't have the... Well, anyway, what you're going to get is here's I Don't Care. I don't care. I don't care what they may think of me. I'm happy-go-lucky. Men say I'm plucky, so jolly and carefree. I don't care. I don't care if I do get the mean and stony stare. If I'm never successful, it won't be distressful, 'cause I don't care. I don't care. Oh, I don't care if people gonna try to treat me fair. My voice may sound funny, but it's getting me the money. 'Cause I don't care. I don't care. No, sir. I don't care. I don't care. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up Make-Believe Bedlam until the same time tomorrow night. Good night, everybody.
Day, that was sensational. The switchboard's been going ever since you went on the air. All my sponsors want to come back. You've saved my station.
Wow. Boy, do you hear that, Mr. Anderson?
Oh, shucks. I could have told you it would happen. Talent is talent, and I just happen to have it, that's all.
I can never repay you, fellows. It came off perfectly.
Yeah, and we didn't have any of the records that were requested either. Boy, I sure was lucky with those requests.
Lucky? What do you mean?
I have a feeling that if someone had asked for the Andrews Sisters, I'd have been in trouble.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Passing Fancy. But first... Grand news, wonderful news. Now Luster Cream Shampoo comes in tubes as well as jars. Yes, Luster Cream, the utterly new cream shampoo that gives you soft, glamorous, dream girl hair. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, whichever you prefer, 49 and 25 cents. But whether you prefer the tube or the jar, you will prefer Luster Cream Shampoo. be a dream girl, a lovely luster cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
The incomparable voice of Dennis Day, the music of Charles Dant and the orchestra, and the beautiful ballad, Passing Fancy, sung as only Dennis Day can sing it. Dennis Day Show, brought to you by Coal to Clean Your Teeth and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night, everyone.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Jill Walker, the sportsman Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Warner Brothers' Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Throughout the pages of history, heroes have been depicted as men of great force and iron will. However, even great men are human, and it is their little human characteristics that prove their greatness. For instance, in 1491, Queen Isabella said,
Christopher, will you put down that globe and pay some attention to me?
Nothing doing. Not until I find a new route to the Indies.
And in 1775, on a cold, bleak day, Martha Washington said,
George, come into the house. It's cold.
Nothing doing, not until I win this battle of Valley Forge.
And today, in the home of Betty Colby, Betty speaks to another great man, her boyfriend, Mel Blanc, and says,
Mel, come down off that chandelier.
Nothing doing, not until that mouse is gone.
Well, the mouse got tired of waiting, so he left. Mel came down, and just before he and his girlfriend Betty left for the picture show at the Bijou, Betty said,
Oh, Mel, you're such a coward, afraid of a mouse.
I am not a coward. I never told you about the time I was held up in my fix-it shop. I said to that crook, all right, put your gun on the table and scram.
And what did he do?
He told me to go jump in the lake.
Well, what happened?
I don't know. When I got back, he was gone.
Now, you're just a weakling.
Oh, is that so? I'm tired of all this talk. The next one who calls me on the telephone is going to get it from me. I'm going to tell him off. I don't care who it is. Answer that, Betty. Huh? Oh, all right, I'll answer it. Hello, Betty Colby's house. What? Now, listen, fathead. I don't want to be bothered with you. If you call up again, I'll beat your brains out. Do you hear? I'll come over there and mop up the floor with you. Goodbye.
Well, who was it?
I don't know. She didn't say. And that's only the beginning, Betty. I'm going to be big. Get my name in the papers.
How? Working in your fix-it shop? You'll never get your name in the papers by fixing things.
Oh, no? What about those New York gamblers? Betty, I'm going to do big things in this town. I'm going to get in who's who. And everybody in town will say, there's Mel Blanc, who's who. We knew him when he was what's that?
Well, you're certainly talking differently, Mel. Maybe now Father will begin to respect you.
And as far as your father's concerned, Betty, there's going to be a new deal. From now on, I'll show him who's boss.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Mel.
Hello, Father.
Hello, boss.
Mel Blanc, what are you doing here in the parlor with my daughter, Betty?
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Colby, we were just leaving for the movies.
Now, listen, you giggling idiot. Before you go, I want to talk to you about that electric fan you fixed. I put it up in my supermarket this afternoon.
Well, did it go fast enough?
Fast enough? I hung it up right over the apples, pears, bananas, and plums.
Well, what happened?
I got a market full of fruit salad.
Well, gosh, Mr. Colby, I'm sorry. I meant to do well.
Oh, Father, this loaf of sliced bread you brought home, you know something? There's a slice missing.
Slice missing? That's funny. I had a few complaints at the store about the same thing today. Oh, well, it's probably nothing.
Nothing? A slice of bread missing from every loaf, and you call that nothing? Betty, keep your hands off that wrapper.
What's the matter?
We'll need it for fingerprints. The bread maniac is on the loose again.
Oh.
Now, the first...
Oh, Blanc, you idiot. Keep out of this.
Mr. Colby, stealing bread is serious. You're not dealing with an ordinary criminal. This man's a bread napper. Yeah, who knows how far he may go?
What do you mean?
Why, tomorrow we may be siphoning the custard out of your chocolate eclairs.
Now, stop being so silly. It's only a slice of bread.
Betty, you think I'm a coward. Well, I'm going to show the both of you what a big man I really am.
Oh, you idiot. Forget it. You hear me?
Yeah, we've got to head him off. This thing is too big for the local police. I'll go to the FBI. I'll go to the Army. I'll go to the Navy. I'll go to the President.
Mel Blanc!
I'll go. Oh, Betty, you coming?
No, Mel, you go on ahead. I'll meet you at the movies.
Huh. Go on alone. She thinks I'm afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm going to solve that bread case. Guy may be very tough to catch. By now, he may be sticking the white bread under a sun lamp and selling it as pumpernickel. Uh-oh, there's Professor Potchnick, piano teacher. Hey, Professor Potchnick, wait for me.
Hello, Mel.
Professor, what are you laughing at?
I just came from the movies where I'm seeing that Bugs Bunny. Is he funny? The man says, what's up, comrade?
Professor, don't tell me about the picture. I'm going to see it with my girl, Betty. Besides, right now, I've got to find the bread thief.
Please allow me to interrupt. Then I saw another picture, Duel in the Sun. So many actors. There's that fellow, not 100% wool.
Not 100% wool?
Yeah, but Joe Cotton. And then there is that Jennifer Jones. Her part I couldn't understand. All through the picture, she is wearing a blanket, so help me, never once went to sleep. But what love scenes I saw, even in the balcony. But in the picture, first Gregory Peck kisses Jennifer Jones. Then she's kissing him, then he's kissing her, then she's kissing him.
Do they go on kissing all through the picture?
Why not? You should see the muscles in Gregory Peck's lips. So long, Mel.
Well, goodbye. That's funny. Wasn't even interested in the case of the missing bread slice. I wonder. Maybe he took it. Mr. Colby threw me out. Maybe he has a reason. Even Betty. But love mustn't stand in the way. Everybody's a suspect. Wait a minute. Mel Blanc, where were you on the night of February the 18th? What am I talking about? I can't even eat bread. I'm on a diet.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just fine. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth, giving them that pearly, polished feeling. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice and does it beautifully. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now back to Mel Blanc. Betty has spurned Mel because of his lack of courage. And Mel, trying to redeem himself, is hot on the trail of the bread thief, the person responsible for the mysterious disappearance of a slice out of every loaf of sliced bread in Colby's supermarket. Right now, he's walking down toward the movie house when he's accosted by Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel.
Hello, Mel, old boy.
Hello, Hartley. Nice seeing you.
Yes, it usually is quite a treat.
Say, Hartley, who do you know who would want to steal sliced bread?
Oh, probably someone with a lot of crust.
Well, can't you help me out? They stole 1 slice out of each loaf.
Yes, well, let me think now. 1 slice out of each loaf. Lana Turner, Betsy Grable, Rita Hayworth.
What's Lana Turner and Rita Hayworth got to do with it?
Well, as long as I'm thinking, I might as well enjoy myself. By the by, you needn't bother waiting for Betty outside the theater. You see, I am taking her.
You're taking her? I'm supposed to meet her at the theater.
Well, she evidently changed her mind. You know, old boy, while we look at Bugs Bunny, I'll snuggle up to your honey.
Bugs Bunny. Well, Betty isn't going with me because she thinks I'm a coward.
Now, just a second, Mel. If you want to know why she's not going with you, look at your suit. Who made it? Schaffner and Marx?
Hart Schaffner and Marx.
Oh. Come now, old boy. Nobody's heart was in that job.
Oh, yeah? Well, this jacket happens to be a Hollywood model.
Oh, yes, so it is. The shoulders are built for Mickey Rooney and the sleeves for Gary Cooper. Well, goodbye, old boy, and don't worry about Betty. She'll be in very good hands.
Yeah, what a character. he's handsome. Take off those shoulder pads, let his stomach out, get him off those elevator shoes, and I'll bet he look just like me. I wonder if he's the bread thief. No, he's more the ladyfinger type. Oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Say, I saw your wife. She looked awfully mad.
Well, she was a little peeved. I got home at 1 a.m, Friday.
1 a.m, Friday? What's so terrible about that?
I left the house on Tuesday. Well, as a matter of fact, now, she's very nice about it. She sat me down in the easy chair, gave me my slippers and pipe.
Your eye looks a little swollen.
Yeah, it was a lead pipe.
Gosh, mighty potentate, why don't you tell your wife to stop beating you?
Well, I did, Mel. We had a terrible argument last night, and when we were through, she said, John, you burn me up. Gad, what a temptation. Well, at least I won the argument. I can leave the house whenever I want to. I can go to the laundry, the grocery store, the tailor.
Well, that's fine. You want to go with me to the movies?
Well, I'm sorry, Mel, I can't. The chain won't reach that far.
Well, stop making up those things, mighty potentate. Say, how'd you ever come to marry your wife?
Well, I'll tell you, Mel, I was young and idealistic. I wanted to marry for youth, love, and beauty. Then my wife came along with all that money, so I compromised.
Was she pretty?
Mel, yesterday she spent 12 hours in the beauty parlor and 5 minutes in the fish market, and believe me, the lobster she brought home looked better than she did.
Oh, your wife isn't that ugly.
No, Mel, they say that some people have a face that'll stop a clock. Well, the other day, my wife looked at our cuckoo clock.
Did the clock stop?
No, the cuckoo dropped dead.
Say, just a second, mighty potentate. Do you know someone who would be stealing bread in this town?
No, Mel, I don't. But if you ever find him, send him to me. Maybe I can interest him in the crumb I'm living with.
Well, no, mighty potentate. I'm serious. I'm looking for a bread thief.
Oh, stop being ridiculous, Mel.
Well, maybe you're right. I got off on a wild goose chase for a hunk of bread, and on account of it, Hartley Benson is taking Betty to the movies.
Well, don't take it so hard, Mel.
I was only doing it to show them I wasn't a coward.
Watch out for that lamppost.
I'd like to make them sit up and take notice.
Mel, look out!
Oh, slice of bread. Colby. Betty. Bugs Bunny. Missing slice of bread. Bugs Bunny. Slice of bread.
Hear ye, hear ye. The court of rye, white, and whole wheat will now come to order. Court will rise in general session. The missing slice of bread will now begin. Learned judges now entered the court, proceeds to the bench, and will now speak up.
What's up, prosecutor?
Here's the affidavit, Your Honor.
The plaintiff Colby contends that the defendant, Mel Blanc, dispatched the firm's errand boy, one Zuki, with 12 cents to purchase one loaf of sliced bread. The aforementioned Zuki returned with the aforementioned bread and one slice was missing. The aforementioned defendant, Mel Blanc, was not refunded the aforementioned 12 cents, although he made an aforementioned big stink about it. Where's the first witness, Doc?
Here I am, Your Honor.
Your Honor, have you examined the witness?
Certainly, Doc.
What is your opinion? Step up, miss. Put your right hand on this white bread. Swear to tell the loaf, the whole loaf, and nothing but the loaf, so help you right, bread.
I do.
Cross your knee and hope to die.
Cross my knee? Oh, Your Honor, doesn't he mean cross my heart?
Judge, the prosecutor knows what he's talking about.
Well, I object, Your Honor. I want to cross-examine the defendant's assistant, Zuki.
Okay, Zuki, take the stand.
Now, young man, tell us. What's your name?
John Doe.
What's your occupation?
Well, see, I'm a radio announcer.
A radio announcer?
Yeah, listen. Doctor, I have a lady in the Doctor, I have a lady in the I have a lady in the Never mind, she went home.
Is that all you announce?
No, I also give the time.
Well, how do you do that?
Like this.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock.
Are you still working as an announcer?
Oh, is this certain? Oh, positively, absolutely. I was fired.
For what reason?
Dirty politics.
You're on a Bugs Bunny. This is getting us nowhere.
Just a second, Doc. I have the name of the guilty party.
What? Who is it?
Mr. Colby.
Well, that's a lie. How do you know he's guilty?
We discovered this ad he placed in the paper, and it supplies the motive for the missing bread. Here, I'll read it to the court. Handsome man with lots of bread desires attractive young lady with lots of bologna. Object, sandwiches. Mr. Colby, let me see your hand.
No.
Just as I taught. Ketchup. Caught you red-handed. Colby, there's only one question I want to ask you.
What's that?
If you was Nora Prentice, would you keep your mouth shut? Well?
I'm willing to pay the fine, Your Honor.
Fine schmine. Colby, I'm sentencing you to solitary confinement. I'm placing you in a little cell 2 feet wide and 4 feet long with nothing in it but a little table.
Is that for me?
Not so fast. First you have to pay me 400 carats bonus.
Well, I won't pay it. You're not Bugs Bunny. You're Mel Blanc.
Hey, stop shaking me, Doc. Stop shaking me. Stop shaking me. Stop shaking me. Stop shaking me.
Mel, wake up.
What happened?
You walked into the lamppost. We had to drag you into the theater and revive you.
Huh?
You were out for so long, we missed the picture.
We did?
Yes, but we're just in time for your favorite cartoon.
My favorite cartoon?
Yes, listen.
What's up, Doc?
Oh, no. Not that.
Oh, Mel, stop talking about Hartley Benson. I just made him say that to get you jealous. And besides, you're home with me, aren't you?
Oh, Betty, I made a mess of everything with that bread thief business. I wonder what you see in me.
Oh, I don't know. I guess I love you for the little things about you.
The little things?
Yes, put your head on my shoulder.
No, Betty, let's dance. I'll turn on the radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Ace Bread Company's program. Today, some of you lucky listeners must have been startled to find a loaf of bread with one slice missing.
Betty, do you hear that?
We planned it that way. If any of you people are listening to this program...
Yes?
And you can get to the studio in 10 minutes, we will give him or her, absolutely free...
Yes?
...the missing slice of bread.
Is that all?
What else?
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Lively, active, marvelously effective. That's Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder. It cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose tooth powder, your whole mouth feels wonderfully fresh, sweet. That lively, active foam swirls around your mouth, cleans in all the corners. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, why, Colgate Tooth Powder does a thrilling job. For it leaves teeth gloriously clean, reveals their natural brilliance. Try Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder today, for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening, good night, and that's all, folks.
And this is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Ladies, right now there is a worldwide shortage of fats and oils. That is why the women of America are asked to keep on saving used fats. Keep on selling it to your butcher. Your butcher is now paying more for your waste cooking fat. Remember, Mel Blanc at the same time every Tuesday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned to the Fred Allen Show. If within the next 30 minutes you, any listener in the continental United States, answer a telephone call from any giveaway radio program, and because you are listening to this show, you miss an opportunity to win any gift then being offered, Fred Allen guarantees to make good by furnishing an equivalent gift or its value up to $5,000.
National Surety Corporation guarantees that Fred Allen will perform his agreement up to a total of $50,000. Notice of any claim under these guarantees must be mailed to Mr. Fred Allen by registered mail, care of the National Broadcasting Company, Radio City, New York, and postmarked not later than midnight, October 25th, 1948.
Relax. Enjoy the Fred Allen Show. The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests, Mr. Dale Carnegie, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar with big news from Washington, D.C., where they've just crowned some new champions in the National Truck Rodeo, sponsored by the American Trucking Association. The winner this year, Grayson Thomas, crack driver for Associated Transport Incorporated of Burlington, North Carolina. He holds the title sought after by truck drivers everywhere. How did he do it? You guessed it, with the 145 horsepower Ford Big Job. Get the facts on this bonus-built champion and over 139 other Ford truck models. See your Ford dealer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Sunday night again, and as is his weekly custom, Fred Allen has a date at the corner of Main Street. Tonight, as Fred parks his Ford and locks the door, a voice says,
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. I'm a little late, Portland. Have you been waiting long?
No. I've been looking in this drugstore window. It's funny.
What's funny?
There's some dust in the window, and it isn't doing anything.
Probably just a lazy package. You know, you find that. Look, the window is full of soap there.
They're having a sale on Lifebuoy.
Say, what's that slogan? Avoid B.O.
Avoid B.O. Yo-ho-ho.
Portland, did you hear that?
I didn't hear anything.
How do you like that? Jack Benny with his echo. Now I'm starting to hear the thing.
Why does Jack hear an echo on his program every Sunday?
Well, you know Benny, when he gives anything away, even in conversation, he wants it back.
Oh, you always say Jack is cheap.
Benny is tighter than the skin on a boil, Portland. He won't even buy a television set.
Doesn't Jack see any television shows?
Well, he makes his own television shows. Then he turns on his radio and has Rochester run in and make faces. His television.
That reminds me. This is National Cranberry Week.
Jack Benny reminds you of Cranberry Week?
There's no hair on a cranberry either.
I
Hi, just if you want another non sequitur. I just remembered I forgot to buy today's newspaper,
Well,
Gordon.
let's take a walk down Main Street.
All right, let's.
What does the paper say?
Say, look at this. The government is going to spend $60 million to keep up the price of peanuts. What can they do down in Washington to use up $60 million worth of peanuts?
If the Republicans win the election, there'll be an elephant in the White House.
I hope Harry gets his trunk out in time. Say, here's an item, Portland. Look, representatives of radio industry appear before Federal Communications Commission to protest removal of giveaway radio programs from the networks.
How do you think people feel about stopping the giveaway program?
Well, let's ask some people now as we're walking along Main Street. Say, this man coming along here with the liverwurst hanging out of his briefcase. Pardon me, sir.
I am Sergei Stroganov, head of the Audubon Society in the Soviet Union. I am in America studying bird life.
Oh, you know birds?
All there is to know about birds I am knowing.
Oh, really?
For 2 years I am living in a nest.
Oh, you lived in a nest?
All kinds of birds are my friends. The sparrow, bobolink, chickadee.
Swan?
No swan.
No swan?
In Russia, nobody is using soap.
Oh, no soap, you say?
In Russia, you are finding no white Russians.
Oh, well, I did not understand. Tell me, Sergei, what is the difference between bird life in Russia and in America?
In America, in cages, you have 2 million canaries.
Yes?
In Russia, in one cage, we have 180 million pheasants.
Pheasants?
Pheasants.
Oh.
The H is silent as in bird.
H in bird?
Albatross.
Oh.
I am too fast for you.
Oh, now look, Sergei.
You bore me.
Sergei, tell me, what is your biggest bird?
The biggest bird in Russia is the bird we are giving the UN.
Well, look, Sergei, about these giveaway programs.
The biggest giveaway in the world is Land-Lease.
No, wait a minute. Look, I mean radio programs.
In Russia, we are having all kinds of programs.
Really? What programs?
People are comrades.
Really?
Break the Yanks.
Break the Yanks.
Worker take all.
Worker take all.
Honeymoon in Minsk.
Yes.
Mary Margaret Kropotkin.
What about Mr. and Mrs. Hutch?
In Russia, nobody is daring to open his mouth.
You mean?
Everybody is Mr. and Mrs. Hutch.
But Mr. Stroganov.
You bore me. Long live Akim Tamirov.
Oh, he'll never have it. Oh, that Sergei is a wild man, Portland. Well, let's walk along.
Look at that sign in the liquor store.
The picture of those two men holding the bottle?
It says, which twin has the hangover?
Hey, look who's coming.
Titus Moody.
Hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
You look all upset, Mr. Moody.
I'm so mad I could suck an egg.
What's wrong?
I see something funny, and I've been standing here 2 hours waiting to laugh.
Well, why don't you laugh?
Can't find my teeth.
Well, look, Mr. Moody, about these giveaway programs, do you think they should be taken off the radio?
I do.
Uh-huh.
People go along expecting something and end up getting nothing.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I knew a fella, Huber Skinner.
Uh-huh.
Huber was a glutton.
A glutton, eh?
He'd eat anything that he could overtake. Huber could never get calves' brains the way he liked them.
No.
One day I said, Huber, I'll get you the best mess of calves' brains that's ever been slopped onto a plate.
Uh-huh.
So I set a new calf aside for Huber.
A new calf, eh?
I fed that calf on a special diet.
Yeah?
I was chewing the calf's cud first, myself, to make it soft. I had that calf sleeping under an electric blanket.
Uh-huh.
Every day, Huber, he was coming round, and he'd say, Titus, how's my calf coming?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'd take out my cut, and I'd say, Huber Skinner, when I get through raising this calf, you're going to eat the best mess of calf's brains that you've ever seen sprawled onto a plate. And Hugo would go away, smacking his lips, saying, yum, yum.
Yum, yum, eh? Well, what happened?
After 10 months of wet nursing and pampering that calf, and Hugo waiting for the perfect dish of calf's brains,
yes,
I slaughtered the calf, and I opened up the head.
And?
That calf was a moron. That calf didn't have no brains.
Well, you think the people who expect to win things on giveaway shows?
They're like Hubert T. Skinner.
How?
Why, they ain't got no brains either.
Well, tell me, why are you so bitter about giveaway programs, Titus?
Well, sir, a friend of mine, he won a giant jackpot.
Yes?
The shock was too much. He dropped dead.
Dropped dead? Well, what happened after he dropped dead?
His body had to go to Bermuda for a romantic 2 weeks vacation. All expenses paid. So long, Doc.
Let's go.
Doesn't this woman with the seersucker shawl look familiar?
She certainly does. Good evening, Mrs. Nussbaum.
So who is hailing me? Oh, it's just you, busybody.
Mrs. Nussbaum, I hate to say this, but you look old tonight.
Well, all day I'm at the antique show.
Being at the antique show makes you look old?
Everything else is old. Why should I be an exception?
Oh, I see what you... Well, tell me, did you see any high boys at the antique show?
Oh, no, boys. Children positively dare not admitting.
Oh, I see. Tell me, what did you see?
Tables from Chippendale.
Chippendale?
Formerly with Bloomingdale. And I'm seeing a coffee table.
Duncan Fife?
Chase and Sanborn.
What else did you see at the antique show?
George Washington's toothbrush.
Oh, he wore false teeth.
Oh, I know.
You do? How?
At the 175th Street, I'm seeing George Washington's bridge.
Oh, Enough about the antique show. Tell me, Mrs. N, do you think the giveaway radio program should be stopped?
Why? Personally, to me, I'm liking only giveaway programs.
Well, have you ever appeared on a giveaway program?
Only once.
What happened?
First, they're asking me a question. Then they're giving me a Ford car, a mink cape, a diamond necklace, a dinner set, but also an airplane.
You answered the question?
I'm missing the question.
Well, if you missed the question, why did they give you all these presents?
For making a good try. Thank you.
Well, let's get along, Portland.
You haven't found out much about giveaway programs, have you?
No, I haven't. Well, let's try one more passerby. This man using the canoe paddle for a cane. Pardon me, sir.
Rejoice, brother. My name is Humphrey Titter.
Humphrey Titter?
I'm the joy boy. The world is in the dumps. Rejoice, brother. Let a smile be your umbrella.
Have you ever tried letting a smile be your umbrella?
Yes.
What happened?
I got a mouthful of rainwater.
Say, I know you, Titter. You're the fellow you write unusual greeting cards and jingle.
Everybody writes get well cards to people who are sick. I write get sick cards to people who are well.
Get sick cards?
Old friend, you're looking mighty well. You're working like a beaver. I hope you'll soon be sick in bed with a breakdown or a fever.
Very good. Very good.
Rejoice, brother. Get me some joy. I'll spread it every time.
Well, look, Mr. Titter, what about the giveaway programs in radio?
I'll write a jingle. Now, take this down.
Oh, really? What's the title?
Revenge.
Revenge.
Years ago, radio appealed to many folks. It gave them entertainment, drama, songs, and jokes. Now it isn't so in radio, for radio today isn't giving entertainment, it's giving things away. Nylons, luggage, Frigidairs, coasters, suits, and blouses, watches, sets, and coffee pots, completely furnished houses. The more radio keeps giving, the more people want to get. I'll finish radio's giveaways. I'm giving away my set.
Well, so long, Mr. Titter.
Rejoice, brother.
You certainly meet some weird people on Main Street, Portland.
Here's the music store.
Oh, the music store. What song is that they're featuring?
My darling, my darling.
Oh, that's one of Frank Lesser's song hits from Where's Charlie, the new Ray Bolger show.
I wonder how it sound?
Well, if Al Goodman and his orchestra ever play it and the 5 DeMarco sisters ever sing it, my darling, will sound something like this.
Call you my darling for many and many a day. My darling, I fluttered and fled like a starling. My courage just melted away. All at once you kiss me, and there's not a thing I'm plain enough to say, except my darling, get used to the name of my darling. It's here to stay. It's here to stay forever and a day. My darling, my darling, my darling.
Well, let's go, Portland. Say, this fellow with the camera.
Hey, buddy. Okay, got your picture. Now, what's your name?
Never mind my name. Who are you?
I'm the questioning photographer.
Oh.
My question for today is, what's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen?
Ah, the most beautiful thing.
And don't tell me the 49 Ford.
Well, why not? That's a good answer, isn't it?
Sure it is. But all day long, people have been telling me the same thing. The most beautiful thing they've ever seen is the 49 Ford. Getting monotonous.
Why don't you change the question?
No use. Yesterday, I asked some young fellows about their smoothest dates. Everyone said it was when he took his girl out in a 49 Ford. Then they all told me about Ford's smooth midship ride and new hydrocoil front springs and Paraflex rear springs.
Say, that sounds like a commercial.
Last week, I'm questioning ladies about the nicest surprise they ever had.
Now, don't tell me the ladies were surprised by the 49 Ford.
They all were.
Yeah?
One was surprised at how big and roomy it was.
Yeah?
Another at how easy it was to drive with its picture window visibility and magic action brakes. I get the same story every time.
Well, you certainly have a problem.
What am I going to do?
Give me that camera, brother. I'll ask you a question.
Oh, okay.
Now, what is the most beautiful thing you have ever seen?
The 49 Ford. Everybody's crazy about it. This year it's Ford by a landslide.
You're right, and 49 Ford will carry the country. So long, brother. Rejoice, brother. Gosh, Portland, Main Street is sure crowded tonight.
Maybe we should go to a movie.
No, I don't think so. I'm too tired. I haven't slept for the last 6 nights.
6 nights?
If I don't get to sleep pretty soon, I'm going to buy some records, change my name to Jack Eigen, and become a disc jockey. Why stay up all night for nothing?
Well, why can't you sleep?
Well, I worry all the time.
You worry?
Say, I wonder if a psychiatrist can help me.
Well, Mama says a man who goes to a psychiatrist should have his head examined.
Say, there's a psychiatrist sign on this building, Portland. Look, Dr. Holstein. I'll see if he's in.
Shall I wait?
Yes, I'll be right out. This is the office. Dr. Wolfgang Holstein, psychiatrist and chiropodist. I fix you up from head to toe. Well, I'll go in and see what happens.
Yeah?
Pardon me, sir. Are you...
Yeah, I am Dr. Wolfgang Holstein. You want an analysis or your bunions removed?
Doctor, I have insomnia.
Oh, that is simple to cure.
How can I cure my insomnia?
Go to sleep.
But I can't sleep. I haven't slept a wink in 6 nights.
You know, I once had a patient who could not sleep.
No?
For 1 whole year, 8 hours a day, I had him laying on my couch.
And?
He still could not sleep.
You couldn't cure him?
Finally, it is coming to me.
Why couldn't he sleep?
After laying 8 hours a day on the couch, he wasn't tired.
Well, doctor, I can't sleep because I worry. I worry all day long.
When do you worry?
Well, I start before breakfast.
You know, I once had a patient who worried about breakfast. During the night, he would dream he was eating shredded wheat.
Yes?
When he'd wake up, the mattress would be half gone.
That isn't my trouble.
Oh, so, what do you eat for breakfast?
I have poached eggs on toast and coffee. I cook it myself.
So, what is your worry?
Well, there's only one electric outlet in my apartment.
One outlet, yeah.
But I have 3 electrical appliances.
Where does the worry start?
Well, every morning I get up at 7:30.
Yeah.
At 7:31, I plug in the water to poach my eggs.
Yeah.
At 7:35, the water is boiling. I drop in the eggs, pull the plug out of the water pan, and plug in the toaster.
Yeah.
At 7:39, the toast pops up. I pull the plug out of the toaster and plug in the coffee.
Yeah.
While I'm putting the poached eggs on the toast, the coffee percolates.
Yeah.
At 7:42, my breakfast is ready and I eat. At 7:45, I leave the house, get the 7:50 train. At 8 o'clock, I'm at work.
Yeah, but this schedule sounds perfect. Why should you worry?
One day last week, Doctor, something happened.
What?
At 7:31, I plugged in the water to poach the eggs.
Yeah.
At 7:35, the water was boiling. I dropped in the eggs, pulled out the plug, and plugged in the toaster.
Yeah.
At 7:39, the toast didn't pop up.
Himmel!
The toaster was stuck.
This is a crisis.
The toast was black, the eggs were like rocks. The coffee was cold. Well, I missed my train. I was late for work. The boss says the next time I'm late, he's going to fire me.
Oh, this could give you a psychosis. Also unemployment.
Now, when I go to bed at night, I can't sleep. I'm never sure that the toast will pop up. If the toast is stuck again, Doctor, I'm going to lose my job.
Oh, no wonder you are worrying.
Dr. Holstein, you have got to cure me.
My friend, psychiatry cannot help you.
Well, what can I do?
You can do what all psychiatrists are advising their worry patients to do.
Their worry patients what?
Read Dale Carnegie's new book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living.
Say, I'll buy that book right away. So long, Doctor.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Well, come on, Portland. I have to stop at the bookstore.
Did the psychiatrist cure you?
No, but he told me about a book that will certainly cure me.
A book?
It's How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. It's by Dale Carnegie. Well, here's the bookstore to choice ahead.
Well, I think I'll go to the movies.
The movies?
I hate to go, but I have to.
You have to? Why?
I have some popcorn left over from last week.
Oh, well. Better to go and have finished with it. Well, so long, Portland. And I'll go in and get Mr. Carnegie's book. Gosh, this bookstore is sure crowded. Pardon me, miss.
Billy Rose's new book, Wine, Women, and Words, is out today.
No, thank you.
Billy Rose is going to be pretty mad.
How do you know?
I'm Mrs. Rose.
Well, look, Eleanor, it so happens I have Wine, Women, and Words. What I want now is How to Stop Worrying and Start Living.
Oh, here's a copy.
Thank you.
If you'll take it to counter 4, Mr. Carnegie will autograph it personally.
Mr. Carnegie's here? Oh,
yes.
Thank you. Gosh, this is my lucky day. Well, here's counter 4.
Sign my book, Mr. Carnegie.
My copy's next, Mr. Carnegie.
I've been waiting all day, Mr. Carnegie. Would you sign it?
Pardon me, sir. Are you,
Yes, I'm Dale Carnegie.
Mr. Carnegie, my name is Fred Allen.
Well, I'm delighted to meet you, Mr. Allen.
You are?
Yes, I'm delighted to meet anybody with a copy of my book.
Well, that's what I want to talk to you about, Mr. Carnegie. My psychiatrist says that your book can help me.
So you want to stop worrying and start living, right?
Well, it's a little late for me to start living. I would like to stop worrying.
Well, today the most common worries are business worries. Are you in business, Mr. Allen?
I'm in the radio business.
Oh, you sell radios?
No, not yet. Up to now, I have a radio program.
Oh, you broadcast?
Yes, sir, that's right.
That's quite a coincidence. Just last week, a man in radio came to see me about his problem.
He was in radio?
Yes, some chap named Anthony.
Oh, Anthony. Yes, I've heard of him.
Well, he was quite worried.
Well, he hasn't been working lately. May have had something to do with it.
Quite possible. Then some time ago, another man in radio consulted me.
Really?
Yes, his name was Peter.
Gabriel Heater?
Yes, the fellow. Before he came to see me, there was no good news tonight.
Gosh, Mr. Carnegie, your book is helping an awful lot of people. Do you think it can help me?
Well, just what's your problem, Mr. Allen?
Mr. Carnegie, my big worry is breakfast.
Well, you know, I used to worry about breakfast myself.
You, Mr. Carnegie?
Yes, every morning I make my own breakfast. I have poached eggs, toast, and coffee.
Poached eggs?
Yes, and there's only one electric outlet in my apartment.
One outlet?
And I solve my breakfast worries with a system.
What system?
Well, every morning I get up at 7:30.
7:30.
At 7:31, I plug in the water to poach the eggs.
Yeah?
At 7:35, the water is hot. I drop in the eggs, pull out the plug, and plug in the toaster.
Well, that's the very...
And at 7:39, the toast pops up. And I pull out the plug and plug in the coffee.
Just like...
And at 7:42, my breakfast is ready, and believe me, brother, I eat.
Well, Mr. Carnegie, I have the same routine. One outlet, 2 poached eggs, toast, and coffee. The same breakfast.
Well, I have no worries. Why should you?
My toaster sticks.
Your toaster sticks?
Yes. One morning last week, the toast didn't pop up. The eggs were like rocks. The coffee was cold. I missed my train. The boss said the next time it happens, Mr. Carnegie, he's going to fire me.
Really? Why, that's terrible.
I haven't slept for 6 nights. I keep worrying. I never know if the toast is going to pop up in the morning, Mr. Carnegie. How can I stop worrying?
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
Do you have a frying pan?
Yes.
For tomorrow morning, instead of poached eggs,
yes?
Why don't you make fried eggs?
Fried eggs?
Why, with fried eggs, you won't need the toast.
Gad, Mr. Carnegie, you are a genius.
Mr. Allen, your worries are over.
Only my breakfast worry.
Oh, you have other worries, do you?
Oh, I worry about money.
You worry about money? You with the big radio problems? You have money problems? Money problems?
All that glitters, Mr. Carnegie.
Yes, I know. I'm Dale Carnegie, not Andrew.
And you know I owe 4 months' rent, a grocery bill, my furniture's mortgaged. I can't even pass the loyalty test at the Morris plan, Mr. Carnegie.
Mr. Allen, tell me, how did you ever get yourself in such a financial mess?
Mr. Carnegie, a few years ago, you wrote another book, How to Win Friends and Influence People.
Yes, that's right.
I read that book, and thanks to you, Mr. Carnegie, I instantly won 300 new friends.
Why, congratulations, that's fine.
Those 300 friends have been borrowing money from me ever since I read your book. Today, I am broke.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Allen.
I've got to stop worrying and start living. Mr. Carnegie, can you give me a few hints? Are there any slogans? You know, something I can repeat when I'm tempted to worry?
Well, yes, my book contains some bits of helpful philosophy, I hope.
Good.
One is, don't let the Beatles get you down.
Good.
Don't try to saw sawdust.
Fine.
And when fate hands you a lemon, take a lemonade.
I'll remember those, Mr. Carnegie.
And if you take my advice, Mr. Allen, you read the book, too.
Well, I'm too busy. I haven't time to read the book. Say, I have an idea, Mr. Carnegie.
Yes?
You don't have any worries at all, do you?
No, not at all.
How about taking over my worries?
You want me to worry for you? Are you really serious?
I'll pay you $200 a week.
But, Mr. Allen, I thought you just said you were penniless.
I haven't got a cent to my name.
Well, if you haven't got a cent, how in the world can you pay me $200 a week to worry for you?
Mr. Carnegie, that's the first thing you've got to worry about. I'm a new man. No worries. Dale Carnegie certainly cured me. I must remember those slogans. Don't try to saw sawdust. Don't let the Beatles get you down. When fate hands you a lemon, make a lemonade. Well, I guess I'll get my Ford and drive home. It's parked right over here.
Hey, you.
Yes, officer?
Is this your car?
Yes. Isn't she a beauty?
You're in a no parking zone. You're in front of a fire plug. You're heading the wrong way on a one-way street.
I know, officer.
You and me are going to court.
You can't worry me, officer. Thanks to Dale Carnegie, I'm cured.
Look, you.
Don't try to saw sawdust, officer. Don't let the Beatles get you down.
Sawdust Beatles, hey, come here, you.
Officer.
I'm tearing up your ticket.
Gosh, it works. My worries are over.
They sure are.
I knew I wouldn't go to court.
You're right. You're going to Bellevue.
Before we close up shop for our Ford dealers, here's a quick reminder to all Ford owners. There was a lot of safety built into your Ford, and you can help keep it safe and smooth running. Whenever your mechanic tells you a new part is needed, be sure he uses a genuine Ford part.
Ford parts are precision-made to fit right and last longer. For more pleasure in fall driving, have your Ford safety check this week. Next week, our guest will be Dr. Rockwell in his first radio appearance of the current season. Thank you and good night.
Don't forget, next Sunday night, tune in, Fred Allen, and relax. The Fred Allen Guarantee and National Surety Corporation bond will be in effect for Fred Allen's program next Sunday night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.